Just a quick note for your attention, everyone. We have had one of our players misplace one of their hearing aids, which is obviously pretty uncomfortable for them. So we would appreciate everybody just taking a look around their surroundings right now. If you can see a hearing aid, please do hand it in. It would make said player very, very happy indeed. Appreciate your help. If you see a hearing aid around the venue here in Loughborough, please hand it in to either the tournament director at the TV desk or the main reception. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Loughborough. Welcome to the Dan Maskell Tennis Arena here on the university campus. And we're here for day 2 and Pro Event 6, the start of Pro Event 6. Obviously, Pro Event 5 is just about to get underway as well. That'll be over on the main arena table, down to the quarterfinals of that one. But over on this table, we're going to be focusing on Pro Event 6, and as I say, early doors in that event. Opening match here between Adam Davis and Dave McNamara. Both had fairly early departures in Pro Series 5, so they'll want to make amends for that here. I know certainly Dave McNamara looking at the status he put up yesterday, he's looking for a little bit of form. So hopefully he can refine some in this match. Starts off with a dry break. Adams left him with a tempter to middle. Not much of a tempter. Yellows, not much value in them really. I mean, what a messy table anyway. Reds and yellows are both pretty ugly, so we're just going to see a little passage of play whereby it's going to be cagey. It's going to be a cagey start, cagey opening frame. And as always, over on this table we have a shot clock, 30-second shot clock, but there's no match clock. So it should keep the pace going, but yeah, no match clock on this one. And both players are just looking to tie things up at the moment. No sign of either of them looking to attack. And that'll probably be the same through the next few shots.
Very good morning, everyone. For those of you watching on the stream, we are live for day number 2 of the Ultimate Pool Series, weekend 3 here in Loughborough. Stephen Jameson, Mark Shepherd alongside me to preview what will be a massive day of competition here on campus. We have 2 big trophies to hand out tonight in the Pro Series and the Women's Pro Series. We begin with our men's quarter-finals, and safe to say, this is about as stacked a lineup to the finals that I can remember. We talked a lot about how so many different players have made their own versions. You always sort of see 3 or 4 players who you might not necessarily pick at the start of the event to turn up late on. There's not many of them this time around. There's some heavy hitters.
That's one of the cool things about this format, where you have to come to events at the weekend. It feels like the last Pro Series is all about newcomers. We were saying all big seeds have gone out early on. It's going to be a new winner. That was a great story. This time, the last 16 have like, well, maybe the last 16 have played through, and 6 of the top 10, 12 players in this quarter-final.
Yeah, it's the only sort of noticeable absentee, I guess, is the number 1 Tom Cousins. He was eliminated last night.
Getting to the point now where they're starting to run out of the options for safety shots, and actually the Reds are just starting to open up. So Deej deciding that it's high time that he took on a clearance. Just the 2 balls over on the left-hand side. Pulled off, I think. Caught the ball a lot thinner than he hoped to, and we may well see the table technicians come after this frame's over. The table's obviously, I mean, it was decent yesterday. It played pretty well, and but obviously it's just been sat there overnight. May well have just bedded down slightly into the carpet. I imagine that the tables are checked again first thing in the morning, but I don't know that for sure. I know there's 115 tables in the venue, and I know the tables fit are busy. So whether they do check them in the morning or not, I'm not sure, but I'm certain that we might So it'll break after this frame's over. Potentially, depending how the players feel about it. So despite that little issue, Mara makes a clearance and both players seem fairly comfortable to carry on. It is well within their gift to I think they are just going to check it again as expected. Yeah, for sure. It's pulling away. Well, both players are accepting, seem happy to carry on. Like I say, it is within their gift to ask for a technician to come and check the table, but both players were in agreement with each other that they were happy to carry on. Cue ball dumped straight in off from Adam, and this table's wide open. If the 8-ball passes that yellow into bottom right, I think probably reds would be my option. There's one bad red on the table, which he can, well, he's got the choice. If he can get the cue ball behind it and put it into the top right, if not, he's got a couple of balls that he can use to dislodge. You can make a case for reds or yellows here. I think, as I say, reds would probably be my option. It's just that one red on the left-hand side of the bottom line. I think deciding to go for yellows. As I say, could have made a case for either. He certainly dabbled with the idea of both. A few people asking why there's no other streams available on the app. They haven't actually started yet. Over on the main arena, the show has just started. I'm not aware of any problems. Let me just check on my end for you, as I am a subscriber myself. So let me just double check and see if things are live. If not, we will get onto the case. Bear with me a second. Yeah, you could be right. It might be. I don't see it as going out live.
Elsewhere, behind us, you can see, well, hundreds, thousands of a fantastic day in Loughborough. When we come back, our first quarter final is live as the Pac-Man takes on the Razor.
Yeah, I believe the channels are live, but they've just messed up and they've not loaded them onto the Ultimate Pool app homepage. So you've not missed anything. The game's not started over on the main arena yet. JMO is just sorting things out right now, so it should be up there within the next couple of minutes. So again, if you are having problems accessing any of the other live streams, they will be available in the next few minutes. I totally agree. I can't see anything for day 2 up on the page yet. So thanks for letting us know. As I say, always good to have the feedback. If we don't get the feedback, then we don't know what's going on. Anyway, great to have you on board this morning. So again, I think the games. I believe they're live on YouTube, but they just weren't loaded to the front page on the app. Okay, so just apologies, sorting things out in the background, and I can see now I've got the app as well. I've refreshed it, and all of the games are now live on there. So they just hadn't been loaded onto that homepage, but they're all there now. So tables 2, 3, and 4 available. I think 4 is out of commission at the moment. They're just changing the table out. They're changing the tabletop. For another one, I think there was a little bit of an issue with the slate, so they're getting that fixed up now. But definitely, main table and table 3 are available on the app now. So, as I say, just to repeat, thanks for letting us know. Luke, yeah, Deej rejoined Ultimate Pool. I mean, he was here originally, then he went back to the IPA for, I think, just one season, maybe even half a season, and he came back into Ultimate Pool last year. I know he's just struggling with a bit of form at the moment. It'd be nice to see him get going this weekend. I think he's a bit down in the dumps about his game at the moment. As I say, looked at his status yesterday, and he said that he's just lacking confidence, which is obviously just such a massive part of the game. Yeah, table 3, in answer to that, Billy, it's not started yet. Oli Bell sat across there, he's just waiting for an opponent, so I think that will go live as soon as the game gets underway. I just looked across there now, that table's right in front of me, so just looked across there, and they haven't started, so that's why that game's not live. But as soon as they start, then it'll be all systems go. And I know the main arena table's got underway now as well. Greg Batten against Neil Raybone. What a game. Greg Batten was on fire yesterday. Obviously beat Tom Cousins 8 frames to 1 to book himself this quarter-final spot. He's got another uphill battle now against Neil Raybone. And Raybone's won the first frame over there. So we'll keep an eye on that one throughout the day as well. But for now, as I say, we're going to just focus on Adam Davis against David McNamara. McNamara, the perfect start. Adam Davis, he's had a couple of deep runs already. Had a deep run in the previous weekend, and again in Daventry went well in the European Open. But he just seems to be struggling a little bit for form at the moment. And let's be honest, you know, he's had quite a long time away from competitive pool, so his form is probably going to be a little bit patchy, but as he gets more confident in these environments and more used to the rules in the arena and etc, then I'm sure we will see more from him. Some early results in this morning. Ben Dorr beat Charlie Ripp, Cy Fitzsimmons beat Gareth Manning 8-3, Jimmy Croxton beat Niall Sweeney, John Rowe beat Adam Basu, Zach Cooper beat James Nesbitt, Connor Jones beat Rich Toomey 8-0. Justin Astley beat Tom Church, Jez Graham threw against Dean Richardson, and Charlie Earnshaw beat Chris Hampson. That's a good bounce back from Charlie Earnshaw. He got beaten 8-0 yesterday, so good, as I say, good bounce back. Current scores: Scott Anderson 6-4 up against Darryl Whitworth, Sean Ash 6-3 against Alex Cameron. My co-commentator for yesterday, Alex. Mitchell Travis 5-4 up against Jonathan Coleman. Greg Davis is 5-4 down against Ronan Fay. Rob Chambers, Dave Fernandez 4 each. Luke McAvoy 3-0 against Tom Kennedy. And then just some games that are just getting started. Viv Max won the first frame against Ryan Lambeth. And Sean O'Connor Walsh. Oh, actually, that is stream 3. I apologise, you were absolutely right, that game is going. When I looked down there, Oli was sat there with, and it looked like he was waiting for an opponent, but his opponent had obviously gone for a bathroom break. So let me just check and see if that game is live for you. See if there's, always get a couple of teething problems first thing in the morning, but we will get things sorted. Let me check on my side. Yeah, that game is live. So maybe just refresh. It's certainly I'm looking, if not through the app, I'm looking through the web page. And actually, Oli's still sat there, so his opponent has gone wander. He's been sat there for about 10 minutes. Yeah, it's live through ultimatepoolgroup.com. So if there is an issue with the app, go through the browser and just have a look and see. It's definitely live because I'm currently watching it. Oli, I know, has been struggling for form recently. He's had a lot of problems with his eyes. I saw him on Wednesday night in his club, and he said he's just had some bespoke glasses made. So it'd be good to see Oli firing again when he gets those glasses. But yeah, game is definitely alive. Lots to keep an eye on this morning. Pro Series 5, as I mentioned, down to quarterfinals. Let's quickly run through those 4 matches. Neil Raybone versus Greg Batten. Raybone is currently 1-0 up, but Batten's on a clearance following a miss by Raybone, and it looks like that's going to go to 1 each. Next up at 12:15, Chris Melling versus Craig Waddingham. What a game. That's worth the subscription on its own. Then Tom Jones will take on Stevie Dempsey. Tom Jones was he played last night. Woof. Yeah, he. Oh dear. I saw him walking out the venue. He goes. He said, "What do you think about some of those shots?" He was something else last night. If he keeps up that form, look out. And finally, the last quarterfinal, Jaden Billingham against Declan Brennan, another blockbuster match. So 4 amazing quarterfinals, all brought to you on Ultimate Pool through they're behind the paywall, but you can get them on YouTube or on the app, and they're all going to be on the main table. As I mentioned, over here we're going to be focusing, certainly for this morning, on the Pro Series 6. I'm just going to look at the schedule for you for this table. Next game we have Becky Watkins against Sophie Gibbs-Nichols. That's the last 16 from Women's Pro. And that's as far as we've got so far. I'm not sure who's coming up after that. I know if it was me, I would be tuned into that main arena table for the whole of the morning and rolling into the afternoon as well, because those 4 matches have got some serious promise. What is there? 5? Am I right in thinking there's at least 4 of the top 5? Oh, maybe 3. 3 of the top 5. It's a good lineup. Aidan asking about Nikki Correa. Again, I can look for you, but equally, everything that I'm looking at is available to you. Ultimate Pool, ultimatepoolgroup.com, or the Ultimate Pool app. Go to the live scoring page. Just look up Ultimate Pool Series Weekend 3, and then every single category, and there are a lot of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 27 categories. 27 categories. Isn't that incredible? Over the weekend. The whole draw, every live score, they're all right there for you. Nikki, of course, lost in Pro 5. So I think the ladies are back in action this evening for Pro Event 6. I think they're back at 6 p.m. tonight, so it'll be this evening. She plays Kerry Griffiths at 7:30 tonight. So again, good morning to you all, and my plea to you again is please do like the stream. It's just a thumbs up below your viewing panel. Give us a thumbs up and show your appreciation, and if you're so inclined, you've got a moment, then just copy and share the link into your social media. Let everyone know that we're live today, and all the way through the day should be some good pool to be viewed throughout this day. Of course, Pro Event 5 will be crowned tonight. 115 tables in this venue. Unprecedented. Many of the top players saying this is the best venue they've ever played in. All the players under one roof, which is just fabulous. And even now, every table occupied. I can look across now and see the Ladies Pro Series underway. I can see Disability Series players. I can see the next gen. Lots of people milling around waiting for their games to start. Lots of spectators watching on. A lot of interest in this game, actually. A lot of people watching this one. Neil, I don't subscribe on YouTube, so I can't check that myself. I don't know if anyone else is having a similar issue. Maybe refresh, and if you still have an issue, tag in Ultimate Pool, who have posted here this morning. I think JMO is manning that and can look into things. But I haven't had lots of other people mention it, so I don't know if it's maybe something just at your end. Try refreshing, maybe clear your cache. But as I say, I can only check the app because I subscribe through there. I know we're definitely live on there. But normally, if there is a problem, you'd get half a dozen people mention it rather than just one. But yeah, tag Ultimate Pool and get them to have a look at it for you. If I catch JMO, I'll do so on your behalf. Clumsy shot there by Deej. He was trying to hit the other side of that yellow. He's missed that by quite some margin. He was trying to play it off the yellow and clear the pocket. Should be 4-2 now. So McNamara spurned a very, very good chance there to go 5-1 up. Big contrast between 5-1 and 4-2. Obviously in a race to 8, you know, 4 ahead or 2 ahead, big swing. And you can't let Adam Davis back in. If he's struggling slightly, he is a player that as soon as he finds his form is very dangerous. So much ball going on, it's hard to keep up. Try and keep up with all the scores that are happening, but it's just hundreds of matches. Scott Anderson's beat Darryl Whitworth. Darryl played his opening match yesterday, I think against TC, and he was very unlucky. I think it was TC, that opening game yesterday morning. Reds here. And whilst the balls are just slightly tied up, they're not bad. They're all accessible, with the exception of one which can fairly easily be developed. Just having a close look to make sure he can get through to the far red. Maybe feels that he can't quite without flicking the yellow, so he's going to take the ball next to the 8 ball, punch the 8 ball out up towards the middle pocket. Needs that to hold up, and it doesn't. That's gone into a very, very awkward place. That's about the worst place on the table for the 8 ball. It's very hard to double from there. It's a horrible shot up the rail. I'm absolutely certain he's going to try and dislodge that 8 ball. That's a nice little shot. So all the reds are there. He just needs to think about that 8 ball now. He could use the ball top right to come across table and get that 8 ball out. Like I say, it's in a horrible spot. I think he just drops this in and then uses the angle on the ball at the top of the table. So he's looking to come across and kick the 8. Has to move it. Do not want to be trying to pot that from there. Doesn't get it out. Now he's got a bit of a problem. Do you try again from this ball? Bottom left, or is he looking at landing? I mean, it's horrible when you're playing across that middle pocket and the 8 ball is literally sat just above the knuckle. Yeah, he's going to resign himself just to playing up the rail. This is going to be some 8 ball. Pockets have been playing generously over this weekend. Couldn't have landed on it much better. Hate these shots. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant, gave it every chance and played it at the right pace, but it was middle of the pocket anyway. That was fabulous. (4-3). Very, very different complexion on this match. A little bit of lag on the scoreboard, but just to let you know, it is 4-3. That is going to be a dry break, and that's a chance that McNamara is looking for, but it is an ugly chance. You want to be yellows, but he's not got an opener. I mean, he's looking to see if the red goes past the yellow to bottom right. Those two on the right hand side. I'd say probably not. But like I say, you want to be yellows here, but no opener. Just got this red to middle. He's left quite a big angle here. Maybe a little bit too thin. I think he can pop this to middle, send the cue ball into the cushion just above the middle pocket and kick that red out. That was always the plan. I think he's still okay. He's left a bigger angle than he wanted, but I think just still okay. Putting a little bit of left side on it just to help the cue ball across there. Yeah, just caught the knuckle. Caught the knuckle. He played it really gently as well. I mean, even if he, I get what he was trying to do. He was trying to kick that red at a controlled pace just to like into the gap of the yellow and the 8 ball, so it went top left. But that needed to be so precise. And now he's missed the pot. And it's just starting to unravel slightly. Again, apologies for the scoreboard. It is 4-3. It was a tiny bit laggy in one of the matches yesterday, and I think we're probably seeing more of the same here. The scoreboard on screen is linked directly to the score in the arena. The referee is adjusting. The referee is just below the camera, out of shot. He's doing the timer, 30-second shot clock. Nice angle to screw the cue ball back, take the one that's next to it on the left hand side. I mean, in fact, he's just elected just to bump it out. I thought he'd try and screw past it and land on it, because I mean it was in a nice position to be able to pop down the rail. Don't think it necessarily needed moving, but I mean, he was guaranteed to be on the next ball, so I think it was fine to move it and just run the cue ball through here, leave himself. Again, it's keeping me guessing, because I thought he was going to run it through and take the one that's next to the red into the left centre, but that yellow, I mean, it does also pass the bottom right, so holding for the ball to middle. Just be careful here. You want to glance off the red and go past it. In fact, I think he may be able to just screw past it. The last thing you want to do is top it and stick behind the red. It's okay, it's just off angle. I think he can just get to side rail and back across. Straight enough just to pop it in, leave a thinner 8 ball. Don't think he wanted to use the side cushion there, because it brought that red into play. Four each. So again, ignore the scoreboard. It's just a lag. Probably the internet connection. So Deej has gone from a position in controlling the match at 4 frames to 1 up. Adam Davis wins 3 on the bounce. And it was just a little error or two. Big break this time. 8 ball goes in, but no relevance. It just pops back out. I mean, what a break that is. Just at the time he needed to as well. He needs to stop this rot. There we go, the scoreboard's updated. What a break. Reds here. Practice drill. The trouble is, when your confidence is low, everything looks like a problem, doesn't it? Even this ball to the top right, you just finished slightly off angle, so having to reroute, still simple enough. It's nice, just run the ball off the top cushion now. Back down the line into the red. Just leave a half ball. Use the natural angles to come around for the 8 ball. Use the bottom cushion and side cushion here. Loading it up the side, the left hand side. Just to hold the line of the 8 ball. That was a big frame for him. controlled the pace well there, just to come up into the gap of those two yellows. Needs to take out these 3 balls. The ball on the right side cushion, not the ideal ball to get on the 8 ball, but it will be the ball he has to use. Just needs to make sure that he leaves an angle. Just be able to punch out for the 8 ball. Yeah, looking at where he wants to be. Just slightly high, so he can stand down for that red. That's perfect. Soft stun shot. Uses the yellow. I don't think he intended to use the yellow, because now it's left him fairly straight. You need to leave a big angle there, and then you've just got a simple little punch shot just to come out to mid-table and leave a simple 8 ball. Now he's going to have to screw back quite a distance, and the 8 ball's a lot thinner than it needed to be. You've got to fancy him to pot it, but it is missable, whereas if he's somewhere near the blue spot, this is unmissable. There you go. There you go. And that's the difference. It just comes back to that little nudge on the yellow. Just ended up straighter than he should have been. Now, if that had gone perfectly to plan, and that cue ball was in like the best position he could have got it through that clearance, he would have made that 8 ball. But because he got that little nudge and he was disappointed, and he couldn't get to where he wanted to be on the 8 ball, that was then in his mind. So now you've got that negativity in your mind. You think, I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be in this position. And it's only that negativity that makes you miss the ball when you start questioning yourself. You know, if that had all gone to plan, and you know he had to play a tricky shot, and that was the best he could do, he would have nailed that 8 ball. Tries to catch it thin, doesn't catch it at all, catches it on the way back. anyone's game, this one now. Talking about anyone's game, that crucial quarter-final between Greg Batten and Neil Rayburn. Rayburn 4-3 up. But Batten in amongst the balls in frame 8, looking a level. Big old cluster on the right-hand side, but I've got a feeling that it doesn't need to do too much. The bottom one of the pack goes, and then he can just send the cue ball into the cluster. Just a gentle split shot. In fact, he's come above. I mean, either or really. I think both of these yellows probably pot. In fact, they all go, don't they? Doesn't need to move anything. He went into them, but maybe he felt he had to, but I think they all went. Can he screw back into this yellow on the right side cushion and move it? He's going to take it long. Big shot coming. That's a super shot. He needs another one here though. He's dead straight, which is going to help because he can just screw the cue ball straight back. But not only does he need to make the pot, he needs the cue ball to be in the gap of these reds. To come straight back, to use the bottom cushion. He actually tried to use the red as a guide, and landing on the red would have made sure he was in the gap, but so dangerous. Scoreboard still lagging. It's actually 5 each. Hopefully they resolve the problem. I'm not sure it's anything the cameras of. I think it's just the internet. Some of the tablets just disconnect themselves for a few minutes and then they suddenly catch up. It means in the meantime I have to remember the score. Left a nice angle here. Means you don't have to force a cue ball, you can just float the ball in. Should be a formality now, and this is for Adam Davis to go 6-5 ahead for the first time in the match, and a good time to be going ahead. Adam's just popped out for a quick break, so we'll be back in just a moment.
Did Adam? I'm taking over on that one.
Who, me?
I'm going to take over on the middle one. I don't know if you want to take over on this one. What score are you on in? 6-5. Adam.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nick. I do apologise. Continue. Oh.
Just make sure, Nick, you want us to, when you tell it, I think it's the 8, if you want to have it to say the word first, so do the short and simple, and then just make eye contact with you.
Adam Davis leading by 7-6, breaking in this frame. Apologies for the delay on comms, just had to for a quick break. Wow, that's so unlucky. Deej won't mind. Jumps out of his chair. It's like a mirror image, this table, isn't it? You've got the one problem yellow on the top cushion covered by a red, and the one problem red covered by yellow. So looking to leave an angle now on the one to middle, now come up the table and kick out this ball at the top of the table. Wondered if he might try and screw straight back and try and pot the yellow, but I think probably just because the yellow's to the left side of the pocket, it wasn't a formality. He's left this almost dead straight. Don't know now if he can play it off the yellow to create an angle. He could. So now looking at playing the red on the right hand side off the yellow, probably just graze the cushion first and then off the yellow to kick it away from the pocket. Oh, he's not caught the yellow, played it too far up the cushion. And now probably just resigned to a loss of turn. Oh, great effort at recovery. Felt the loss of turn wasn't really worth it because the yellow, the problem yellow at the top of the table was easy enough to kick out, so tried to play almost like a cocked hat. Top cushion, side cushion down to the bottom corner. Just misses, and Adam Davis now in with a chance. One bad ball on the table. And that's the problem out. Needs one more good shot. And gets it. That cue ball's definitely pulling to the right. I think the table techs will be on this table after this frame. Certainly if it's the last frame, which it looks like it's going to be, McNamara's popped his cue back in his case. He fears the worst. And from 4-1 up, he's going to be bitterly disappointed to lose this game because he had his chances. Adam Davis with this simple 8 ball to seal the deal and take the win 8 frames to 6. And he does the job. Dave McNamara still not quite at the races, and we will be back with the action from the ladies event after this short break. See you soon. couple of minutes of bonus coverage while we wait for things to reset on this table. We head across to the main event, and this is quarter-final of the match between Greg Batten and Neil Raybone, with just a couple of minutes left on the clock, and it's at 6 each. 3 minutes 45 left on the clock in a ridiculous last frame, where both players had chances. And Greg had a good chance to go 7-5 up, but it's 6-all. And I'll leave you with this match, as I say, for the next few minutes until we get things set up and ready to go. Just a reminder, this is quarter-final, the first quarter-final between Batten and Raybone from Pro Event 5. Cole Bedford and Liam White watching on intently. And don't forget, there's no 6-red shootout, so this match will be played to a conclusion. Just a quick reminder, if you would, almost 700 people watching at the moment, just 34 people have liked the stream. If you could please click the like button, give us that thumbs up, at least get us over 100. Just takes a second of your time. Crucial break here for Greg Batten. A minute and a half to make a clearance. But desperately needs a ball. He gets a ball. He needs an open table, and he gets an open table. And what a chance for Batten. You fancy him to take out this clearance. He's got enough time. 8 ball going back on the spot means that he's forced into taking reds. Oh no, that's a disastrous start. Wowee, goodness me. And that's going to be game over for Greg Batten.
We do have a cue and case that's gone missing. It's a black, grey, white case with a red cloth. If you have seen it lying around, can you bring it to the top table, please? There is a player's name on it as well, so if you do see it around, can you let me know, please?
So back across to this table, as you saw there, Neil Rayburn is going to proceed through into the semi-final. Heartbreak for Greg Batten. But our focus turns to the Ladies Pro Event 5. Becky Watkins, Sophie Gibbs-Nichols up on this table. And it's heating up here, I can tell you that much. In more ways than one, getting the business end of these events, and the room is starting to heat up. It's going to be a warm day today. So this is a game from the last 16 in Ladies Pro 5, and two players we're very familiar with. Becky Watkins, of course, current #1.
Welcome back into the arena.
Sophie Gibbs-Nichols has been improving quite significantly over this last couple of seasons. Games already played this morning. Aneda Han beat Amy Price 7-5. Daniel Randall beat Leanne Cragg 7-4. Sammy Hogg beat Lindsay Schultz 7-0. Savannah Lowe's on the hill against Colette Henriksen. Emma Parker and Aid Flitcroft Hurst to 3 each. And Sarah Waite 2-0 against Kerry Griffiths. 3 of those games are currently being streamed. Sarah Waite, Kerry Griffiths game, this game. In fact, 2 of the games, I apologise. Table 4 is still out of action for the foreseeable. They'll get that going fairly soon, I'm sure. Lovely little extraction shot from Sophie. I think that yellow now goes to middle. Certainly goes off the red. She's a little bit straight on the one to bottom left, but maybe just enough angle there to try and punch out to leave herself the edge of the yellow. Come too far. She was looking at coming across. She queued up kind of further, even further to the right. I think easier just to try and get into the gap there, wasn't it? I know if she's straighter, it's easy to hold for the black, but you know, you can straighten the angle because you play it off the red. Still fancy to get close to this. Oh no, she's gone. Misjudged the line. And gone straight in off. And it's ball in hand now to Becky.
Later on, let's give it up for Neil Rainbow and everybody into the semi-finals. We'll let you go, Neil, enjoy the celebrations and get yourself prepped. What's going to be a really, really big last four battle. It will be against one of these two gentlemen coming up next. The seats behind me are filling up, and that is because we've got
Big game coming up on the main arena table. Craig Waddingham against Chris Melling. Doesn't get more box office than that.
Right here next.
If you haven't already subscribed to Ultimate Pool, then that game worth the money alone. That one's just about to get underway in the next 5 minutes. Opening frame goes with serve, and Becky Watkins is 1-0 up. Again, the scoreboard seems laggy today, so we're going to have to keep an eye on this scoreboard, aren't we? Nice break here from Sophie. A little bit to do here though. Sophie electing for the loss of turn. She didn't have much else to go for there, to be fair, but it's a fairly open table for Becky. Just lost the cue ball here slightly. Just trying to get that yellow out, but to cover the red to middle, but she was always going to leave something here. And a very good chance for Becky to go 2-0. Perfect cue ball. The option to run through a couple of inches, take the 8 into the middle, screw back, take it into the corner. It's going to be run through for middle, keeping it simple. Did not expect to see a miss there. This is very thin. Has to dig into the cue ball as well. Keep it away from the 8 ball. She runs into the 8 ball and kicks it over the top corner pocket, puts her hand up in apology. That could have so easily gone wrong. Oh, she's caught it too thin. Absolute disaster for Sophie. Becky Watkins with a simple ball to now go 2-0. I'm sure the scoreboard will catch up with us at some point. So Watkins in control in this race to 7, leading by 2-0. It's a nice opening break, but she's left with a real tester, length of the left side rail. Good rewards if she gets it. Oh, what a confident pot. Finished very close to her work on the red that she's closest to. Maybe able to get through to the one to the top left. She could, but rattles it. And again, the yellows at Becky Watkins' mercy. Becky very clinical in these situations. It's one of the reasons she's number one. She jumps on her opponent's mistakes. Don't expect her to miss here, but it does just need to be a good cue ball. I think that's just okay. She can play this yellow to right centre and play the cannon into the red. (3-0). It's Becky Watkins all the way at the moment. Approaching the halfway mark. Sophie still to get her frame on the board. Sophie's breaking well enough. She's getting balls off the break, she's getting the chances. similar shot to the one that Becky had earlier on, length of the table. Becky showed her how to do it. Need to play it with a little bit of pace. Well, she's going to go long. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't mind because obviously this yellow that she's closest to offers better position to the 8 ball, but I mean, it's such a tough pot from here. And I'm not sure she can hold the cue ball either. Maybe if she drops it in dead weight, but dead weight makes the shot very, very hard. Probably need to let the cue go here and just get the cue ball twice across the table. Oh, she's just held the position. That was a very good pot, actually. And she just held position. It's really well judged. And Sophie pulls one back. It's now 3 frames to 1. Tell you that on the main arena table, Chris Melling is leading Craig Wadding 3 frames to 1. Just a reminder, that's the same scoreline here. Becky leading 3-1. Players on a 30-second shot clock. No match clock for the outer tables, just the main arena. Ball in hand. Sophie. On reds, and ball in hand is quite big there. I think the red is just to the right of these two yellows on the right hand side. If she can play that through the gap to make the plant, it opens things up a little bit. She could even just bump the other ball up the table to make it slightly easier. Could even run through onto the yellow to leave it for the middle. The only danger with that shot is obviously you push the yellow across the red. Down here, I think I might have liked to see the cannon onto the red instead, just to push it up table, because you leave the red that's to the left hand side open to the bottom right. The shot she played, I think she just needed to play it with a bit of pace, just to make sure the yellow cleared that red. Now it becomes tricky, especially with the angle she's got for the middle. Makes the pot. This red must be tight past the yellow. She's obviously decided that it goes, but it must be very tight. Probably naturally going to come across and can the yellow as well, so no, it was very tight. Obviously doesn't go. So he needs to pull some out of the bag here. So Becky Watkins leading, Sophie Gibbs-Nichols 4 frames to 1, this race to 7. Again, apologies for the breaking comms. It's very, very hot in here today. Struggling a little bit, needed to get some fresh air. It is a hot day. Nice little containing shot from Sophie, not really left very much at all. Top yellow may pass, but there's no way that Becky's going to take on a clearance here, especially with the way the yellows are situated. Trying to extract herself a ball in hand. Sorry, try and get herself a ball in hand. She's left the edge of this red, but again, nothing Sophie can really do. Probably drop on it. Might be tempted to go cushion first, just because you can hit it with a slight bit more pace. Again, well judged, not really left anything, but the safety shot a bit more tricky now. Probably just glance off the side of this yellow, send the cue ball up to the top of the table again. Could even go for a shot to nothing. Be handy if that sits over the middle pocket. I think given where the yellows are now, I'd probably be tempted to play this with a bit more pace, try and get lucky, rather than just drop on it. If she drops on it, then that yellow's sat waiting. Give it a chance. I mean, it's a better position for the red because it puts a bit more pressure on Becky on the clearance. Again, like, you know, she can drop this yellow in the middle. Could maybe elect to go and break open this little cluster of yellows. I think she'll probably just drop it in and then possibly play another snooker. At 4-1 up, there's no point chasing. And she's just come on top of them, which does make the safety shot a lot more difficult. Caught the yellow a little thick. Chris Melling and Craig Waddingham locked up at 4 each. A quick look around the scores from other games. Emma Parker 6-5 upon Adrian Flitcroft-Hurst on the hill. Sarah Waits 6-2 against Kerry Griffiths, and Amy Beauchamp 5-2 against Kirsty Shepherd. Players already through in the quarter-final: Savannah Lowe, Aneda Ham, Daniel Randall and Sammy Hogg. Just a reminder, there's no match clock on this table. There is a shot clock. And you feel that this is a must-win frame for Sophie. She's odds against a win from this situation, though. Becky in complete control. Probably forced into this clearance now, though. I say forced into the clearance. You want to take it on, don't you? Needs that to slow down. That's okay. Nice little angle just to drop this in. Hold for the ball to middle. Gonna get an update on Pro 6 as well, just to see what's happening over there. I see some games still ongoing. Joe Nolte 7-1 up against Brian Halco. John Chambers 4-3 up against Ryan England. That's the only 2 games left in the prelims. Joe Prince hasn't had a good weekend. He got beaten by Callum Kendo 8 frames to 2. Scott Pope threw against Dave McQuillan. The last 64, the first game up on there at 1:30 is going to be Tom Cousins and Ben Doyle. Not sure if that's going to be here on stream. I'll double check that. Wouldn't be surprised if we watch that game here. Lots of other games in action, but they've only just recently started, so we'll take a look now at what's coming up next on this table. Yes, indeed, a good guess. Next up on this table, we've got, wow, Tom Cousins against Ben Doyle. Tom obviously not at the races yesterday. We watched him play and get beaten by Greg Batten 8-1 yesterday on this table. So, very interesting game to be played. Becky Watkins now 5-1. And comfortable lead, you'd have to say. On the conclusion of Craig Waddingham, Chris Melling on the main arena, the third quarter final of Tom Jones and Stevie Dempsey coming up. Paul Hall Junkie asking what ranking is Becky. Becky's number 1. She's the number 1 in Ladies Pro. Looks like we've eradicated the gremlins of the scoreboard as well. The scoreboard's now keeping up to date, which is nice. Saves me trying to remember the score continuously. And incidentally, talking about the ladies' rankings, Becky some 5,000 points ahead at the top of the rankings. Champs, who is still in this event, is in second place. Babs Taylor is in third. Babs not here this weekend, so a chance for Amy and Becky to push on. Amy will be looking to close the gap this weekend. And obviously with 12,000 points available over the weekend in the 2 events, if you win them both, we could well see some big changes. Danielle Randall, 5,000 points behind Barbara Taylor with a couple of good runs this weekend, could see her taking the 3rd spot. Mary Talbot, another one, she's in 6th place. She's not here this weekend. Megan Proctor, she is here this weekend, but I think she's carrying an injury, if I'm not mistaken. Not sure if she's playing. I saw her yesterday on comms. Yeah, so Megan was definitely here yesterday, but she's got some kind of leg injury. similar to myself, and she forfeited against Sammy Hogg yesterday, so she won't be in action. Just trying to work this one out. It's a ball on the side cushion. She can leave a double, but how do you then hold for position on the ball at the bottom of the table? Yeah, I think that's about as good as she could have done. The cross double. Maybe just need to come slightly higher. The double kiss might be on, but equally she needs to control that cue ball. So this is a tough shot. Oh, how well she played that. How well has she played that? She couldn't have played it any better. If the 8 ball passes to right centre, which I think it may just, I think she can just dab this in and bring the cue ball over to the left side. If not, she may have to come twice across. Oh, she got lucky. Has she got lucky? Yeah, she puts her hand up. Don't think that's what she played. And it could have so easily gone wrong. I think she was looking to try and hold on the left side of the table, but just overhit it. Very hard to control the cue ball there, but as I say, could have so easily gone wrong. She landed plumb on the 8 ball, and she goes onto the hill at 6 frames to 1. So a reminder again, coming up after this match, Tom Cousins against Ben Doyle. Melling's trailing by 6-4 on the main arena table in that quarter-final match, breaking frame 11. I've got to say, Sophie's been breaking well all the way through this, but not been taking the chances in open play. If there's any criticism at all, it would be that there's a couple of times during the match where she's chased a finish that wasn't really there, and she's had a bad ball and maybe just didn't look at developing it early enough. This is another one. It's a very, very messy table. Have to look at coming down into this end of the table, either cutting the yellow to middle and try and break open the 2 reds, or playing a double. Needs to dig into this, get the cue ball down to this end. Well, she's elected to land on the 1 to left corner, which she's on. It's not bad. Just drop this in. Brushes the yellow on the way past. Don't think she was ever going for the pot at that pace anyway. James Clark, where's the blokes? The blokes are on next. Tom Cousins against Ben Doyle. think the yellow that she's closest to would go cushion first. She can squeeze it off the red. Don't mind that shot either, because if she squeezes it off the red, it probably pushes the red down towards the bottom cushion. She just tried to double across and put some cover in. Doesn't get the cover. Half a chance here for Sophie. Take this yellow. Bottom left. And leave the cut. And a shot to develop the other yellow. Needs to hit this with a little bit of pace just to try and get that red. She needs to squeeze it down towards this right pocket. Depends what the angle's like. If she can get... Oh, she's missed the pot. So South, I think, maybe could have committed to the pot and just... She was just trying to dab it and make sure that red stayed on the side cushion. But I think if you play it with a bit more pace and send it into the yellow, then good things can happen. So looking to play, she's come a little bit far, but she's looking to play the top red of these two off the, sorry, the top yellow of these two off of the red to open up the pocket. She's going to play the bottom one first and then try and stun out for a better angle. That's better. Again, play this with a bit of pace. Good things can happen. You could send that red into the cushion and then kick the yellow away to open up the pocket for the other red that's further up the table. And you see what I mean? If you play that with decent pace, I think you've got a really good chance of kicking that red into the yellow. Playing it gently, more likely just to tie things up. Just going to break these open. She's in no hurry whatsoever. She's on the hill. She's got a commanding lead. There's no point chasing the clearance. Correct, Sean Bond, she is number one. With a decent lead as well, 5,000 points. And she's always there at the business end. She's going to be really tough to catch. And they should take this on. She's got a line here where she could cut this into the top left pocket, come down the right hand side of the table and break up in this bunch. Good things could happen. Looks fairly natural. May not even need to do it for that ball. She may better hold. Yeah, I think the bottom one of the two passes and then she could stun into the other. Yeah, so she's looking at that line now. Just pot this and screw back a couple of inches. Took her eye off the pot, thinking about the cue ball. I think Sophie has to take the one up the cushion and then leave an angle on the one to middle to try and break open this red. It's okay dropping this in, but how do you get from this red to the one at the bottom of the table. I mean, I get it, if she finishes straight, she could screw straight back down the table, but even that's a very tough positional shot, so I think it was worth taking this one on first and then leaving an angle on the ball over the middle. Again, drops this in, but is she looking at cutting this or playing it off the yellow? Whatever she does here, she needs to pot it because she's going to be opening up the yellows regardless. Looks like it's going to be the thin cut. She got a fairly decent cue ball, having missed the pot. There's some drama unfolding over on the main arena table. Chris Melling was 7-4 behind. He's brought it back to 7-6, and Waddingham's broken dry, bringing Melling to the table to level things. And he's got a wide open table. And he will be breaking the decider if he makes the clearance. If Becky gets these, I will whip across that table, show you the conclusion of that match, certainly until the action starts again on this table. Need to deny her, this little nudge and she gets it. It's absolutely perfect, and Becky Watkins is going to seal the deal here. It's been a commanding performance by her, showing why she's number one. Good stuff. The players shake hands and Becky Watkins takes it 7 frames to 1. So just a reminder, Ben Doyle versus TC. Tom Cousins, the number one, next up on this table, but I'll send you across to the action on the main arena table for now. So Chris Melling on a clearance to take this match to 7 each. And he gets it. 8 minutes left on the clock. There's plenty of time. Well, there will be a decider regardless, even if the clock goes down to 0. So there we go. Amazing. Decider. Melling's 1-3 on the bounce. And who will put it past him to get a break clearance in the next? I'll leave you with this action just for a few minutes. Just going to go for get myself a quick cold drink and get myself prepared for TC against Ben Doyle next. Enjoy the rest of this match. There's the boss man there, just behind Chris Melling. Mark Quirk watching on with a keen interest. There's a big crowd watching this, I can tell you. A big crowd. A couple of hundred people massed around the main arena table. Melling with a crucial break. He makes a ball. He's got a messy layout. Waddingham looks across at him to see what his reaction is. What an ugly table. I don't think he's even got an opener. Maybe a double, but do you risk that with the way the yellows are laid out? He's going to cut this yellow into middle. Ouch. Ouch. That was a big risk. Risk reward was there though. I mean, if he gets it, he probably wins the frame. The trouble was if he misses it, he knows he's probably handing the match across, and he can feel a little bit unfortunate there after that break that he didn't have an easier opener. I think Waddingham was looking for a little kiss on the yellow there, but I think it still passes. Causes extension. 15-second clock, don't forget, 15-second shot clock. You won't miss anything on this table, don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on things for TC against Ben Doyle. Currently table being ironed. You feel he just needs one good shot here, don't you? This ball now is the key to the match. It should be match ball. And he just strokes it in like it's over the pocket. ABC clearance now. Drop, drop, drop. And he'll fear the worst. One for the Waddingham fans, but not for the Melling fans. Unlucky to Chris Melling. Craig Waddingham books himself a place in the semi-final, and he is looking to go back-to-back. He won the European Open in Daventry, and he is looking to get another one here. Coming up next on this main arena table is going to be another quarter-final. I think it's, I know it's Tom Jones. And his opponent. Brain's gone blank for a second. Tom Jones will play Stevie Dempsey. That's next up on main arena table. We are getting things ready for TC versus Ben Doyle. That's next up on table 2. We'll be back with the action here as soon as they start. Table's ready to go. Ben's in the arena, we're just waiting for TC.
Back in the arena with our second Ultimate Pool Pro Series semi-finalist. He is Craig Waddingham off the back of a brilliant match with Chris Melling. It was so much fun to watch. Are those the games that really get your juices flowing? I think that went back and forth, high quality all the way through, and you had to really dig deep and find a win.
Yeah, this is always good to get a win. Yeah, I played well, Chris played well. Fantastic middle there where this now unfortunate to take control of it.
Let's go in the semis indeed. I mean, we looked at the quarterfinal lineup at the start of the day, and there's so many big hitters everywhere you look. We've not had one of these events for a while. Quite often we've seen a lot of Euro like all you big boys have got your feet on this weekend, and it's been some standard. Has it felt like you've had to play really, really well just to get to this stage?
Yeah, I played well every game I played, so like against the last time, so 5 down, we didn't get going to win, so yeah, I know I'm playing well, so struggling great to win, to be honest with you. I mean, more way up, eventually you might catch up, but hopefully not. So yeah, hopefully you get involved and play.
Yeah, I was going to say, how madly was the heart in the mouth when you obviously break dry when you're on the hill and give Chris a chance, and you know how good he is, you're thinking, that might be it.
I think it was about 15 seconds. Yeah, I was sat with Chair thinking, oh no, just got one chance. One chance to win, and I did have. Unfortunately, I got one chance, so yeah. It's great.
Great atmosphere in here for that match. I mean, it's standing room only whilst you guys are playing. I know it's probably not something you can try and take too much in, but massive crowds, great atmosphere, big celebration from some of your boys there at the end as well. It's the sort of atmosphere you want to play, isn't it?
So my boys were very, honestly, deep every time. So yeah, without them, I'd struggle. And I need them behind me, and luckily for me, they're always with me. So no, I really appreciate it.
Well, fantastic performance. Enjoy the semi-finals when it comes. Craig Waddingham is through everybody to the Pro Series semi-finals. Congratulations to Craig. Fantastic performance from him. Go on, Craig. You're fine. You're the main man here. There he goes. Okay, we've still got 2 more fantastic matches to come this afternoon here. The next one up is Tom Jones against Stevie Dempsey. We'll follow that with Jaden Billingham against Declan Brennan. 2 more box office fixtures on the main arena table. So don't go anywhere.
Okay.
We'll see how badly seasoned that fucking steak
That
was.
steak
down
was
there,
nice, mine, wasn't it?
You've got too much stuff here. Do you want to leave that here?
Yeah, I got it.
Now it looks dodgy. Like you're paying. It's in my pocket. I've got no other money in there.
600.
I'm not done. Yeah, all right.
TC against Ben Doyle, Pro Series 6. And Tom Cousins will quickly want to put the memory of yesterday's game against Greg Batten behind him. Too many mistakes in that match. Can't afford the same mistakes here against Ben Doyle, and he's starting in quick fashion. This is a last 64 match, so the opening round for Tom. It looks like the perfect start from him. Our timekeeper in this game, the referee, is the lovely Donna Evans. Really great to see Donna back in the fold, refereeing in the Ultimate Pool series for the first time. A very good and very experienced referee, and I'm sure we will see her refereeing in the main arena, certainly in the next couple of events. One of the best referees around. They've got some of the best referees on their books, haven't they? They really do. Led by Mark Goff and Scott Price. So Cousins. We saw him yesterday Going with the cut break now. Back with the front ball. The powerhouse break that serves him so well and has served him so well over the years. Messy table here. Phew. Forced into yellows, are you? Do you have much choice? Given where the 8 ball is. Again, please, my only ask of you is to like and share this stream. Certainly give it the thumbs up. Nearly 700 people watching. Again, just 66 people, less than 10% of the people that are watching have given us a thumbs up. Please, let's hit that button, at least get us over 200. I know I always ask for it, but it is the way that we promote this stream. And I'm sure there's lots of people out there who would like to watch TC against Ben Doyle. Probably don't know that it's happening. And the more you hit that thumbs up and also interact with us in the chat box, you're more than welcome to ask any question you like. I know that through the day I'm going to be joined by some of the other pros on comms, and Alex is going to be joining me soon. So any questions you have about the event, please send them our way. Always good to hear from you. Also good to hear where you're watching from. What happened there, Ben? Driz, this is event 6. We played 2 events over the weekend. Over the weekend there's Pro Event 5 and Pro Event 6. So Pro Event 5 is ongoing on the main arena table where we're down to a quarter-final. And Tom Jones is playing over there against Stevie Dempsey. This is Pro Event 6, which starts on the Saturday morning. On the Saturday evening, Pro Event 5 finishes and Pro Event 6 goes through into the evening of Sunday. So 2 events over the weekend. Last thing you want to do is come here in a knockout and play 1 match and lose, have a bad game. Yeah, Ben, of course, going from strength to strength. Liam mentioning that he's a recent All England champion, but he's also won a Pro Series earlier this season as well. So this is the first round. This is round of 64. They did have a prelim. All the prelims are done now, I believe. In fact, let's catch ourselves up with exactly where we are in this. In fact, there is 1 prelim game still going, which is John Chambers against Ryan Ingham, and they're locked at 6 each. We know some of the players that are through to the 64. Also, Joe Nolte beat Brian Halcrow. Cameron Pinches beat Aidan Hughes. Scott Pope went through against Abel Quillen. Callum Kendall beat Joe Prince. And now we are deep into the 64. Some notable score lines at the moment. Josh Kane 7-2 up against John Rowe. Andrew Patrick 5-4 against Chris Day. Shane Thompson 4-3 against Zach Cooper. Shane had a very poor start in Pro 5. Jaden Billingham, who is going to be featuring on the main table in the quarter-final of Event 5. After the match that's currently on, he's playing Connor Jones at the moment. He's 7-4 up, so starting his account with a winning score by the looks of things. Phil Harrison 3-2 up against Scotty Anderson. Rona Fay 2-0 against Luke Gilbert. A couple of other scores, but we'll keep an eye on. Still very early stages in this match, so looks like more of the same here from TC. Going to win the second frame. Both players had a had decent chances in this opener. It's TC. It's the 8 ball and goes 2-0 ahead. There's Wilcox watching from New Zealand. And he's also off to Morocco for the Worlds. I'm not sure if we're over there yet. I was in Ennis for the Worlds last year, but I'm not sure if UP are the mainline sponsor for this set of Worlds. So I'm not sure what involvement we will have, or whether they use us to do the comms. I'm not sure who they're using to do their streams. Certainly not had anything come through in terms of a booking yet. And if they are, they're certainly leaving it late. It's what, less than a month away? Got no idea what date we're at. Well, just over a month away, isn't it? I think it starts around about September 14th. Somewhere around about there anyway. I know it's a couple of days after the Tom Cousins Melling game. We had to get that match in before the Worlds. Obviously that game is 12th of September. What a game that promises to be. Well, we're over 100 likes. Thank you for everyone who clicked that button. Get us over 200, please. And also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do. It doesn't cost anything. And you need to be a subscriber to chat to us in the chat box. I think it says that you need to have been a subscriber for more than 5 minutes or something. So click subscribe. As I say, it doesn't cost you anything, and you'll get notifications every time we go live on this channel. Ben obviously broke off and dumped the cue ball. Just giving Tom another great chance. May choose to take this ball to bottom left now. He's on it. And can he get on it better than this? He feels he can. And he's right. Couldn't have controlled that any better. Lovely shot. And it looks a bit more like vintage Top Cat after he was a bit all over the place yesterday. He's woken up this morning and found his game again. Well, just as I say that, he's overrun the position on that. May still just be able to clip this into the middle. And I've got some company on comms again. Alex Cameron joins me. Welcome.
Thanks again. If I miss, has it been a pretty good start from Tom?
Yeah,
Dishes?
yeah. I mean, broken clearance and well, no, actually, the last frame was messy. Both players had a chance. Ben went in off on this one. This is a reverse clearance from Tom. Ran out of position, but still found the clearance. And one-way traffic at the moment. Ben just not being able to refine that form that he had earlier in the season. Expected this game to be fairly close, but it's all Tom at the moment.
Yeah, am I right in saying Ben actually beat Tom along the way, probably in the early rounds onto his victory?
Yeah, he did, yeah. Have you seen anything of the quarterfinals?
I watched the tail end of the Mellin Waddingham,
Yeah.
which was obviously an extremely good game.
Yeah.
I saw Greg apparently had a good chance to level it up at the very end. I didn't actually see it. Apparently it was like a plant of some kind.
He had a fairly straightforward plant that he just played too gently and the ball hung. Yeah, but it wasn't then that it went. I mean, he had such a big chance to go 7-5 and didn't take it, and they kept trading chances. If he takes that and goes 7-5, then I think it's match over.
Cut for him really, because he's got to this kind of business end of the tournament a few times, and you have to feel that he's definitely good enough to win an event. I think he had a semi-final a few seasons ago. I think it was in Blackpool, so it would have been like 21-22, where I think he actually lost to Waddingham, and I think he had a similar kind of really good chance to get his maiden final in the books.
Yeah, but he's definitely building momentum. There's a real, he's just time after time now getting deep runs and putting on good performances where it was very patchy before, but he's, I think there's a lot of players, we talked about form yesterday, there's a lot of players who are coming into some form, and unsurprisingly it's because they're practicing all of a sudden. Like Greg has really been hitting the practice table a lot recently. Another player, Rob Warren, who's packed in work and is playing in pool full time. Another player consistently making deep runs, unsurprisingly, because he's on the table much more. It's no surprise.
See, Stevie's had a good start against Tom. Frames to nil.
Yeah.
I look forward to the Jade and Declan game.
Yes.
That should be box office.
Must make clearance here for Ben. Got to get himself on the board.
Not an easy one at that, unless he can obviously get to this yellow, the potting angle.
I think that's a super shot that he's just played there.
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of angle there, did he?
No. Actually, I thought he was through the gap for the yellow below the red, but he is now. I think he might have been on it before, but just taking that yellow off the table what he could. I think that was the right shot to play.
He's got to be very, very tidy with his cue ball here to take out this finish, but it's something that he did a lot in the previous event.
He's going to go this way around them. Play short rail. Needs to leave an angle, as you can see. Needs to finish high so he can get that cue ball back out, use the bottom cushion, side cushion, and come up the left-hand side of the table for the last yellow. Into the right centre, possibly even top corner. Just depends where he lands here. We wanted to leave a good angle here because there's no way you can manipulate the cue ball being on the rails, so just needed to leave a natural where you can either just bounce one cushion, probably two. Just depends on the angle he has.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it doesn't look like he's high enough, really. But again, it could just be the camera playing tricks there.
I think it's okay. I think it's okay.
I'll be playing a trace of right-hand side to try. Yeah, I mean, even the pot itself, it did look fairly tight past that red.
Yeah. Do you know? I mean, maybe I'm just totally wrong, but I thought that when he was in the gap of the two reds, I thought he could get to the potting angle of. I mean, I assume that he must not have been able to, because I'm sure he would have taken that shot through the gap if he was ever on it.
I actually saw potentially the yellow off of the yellow that it was closest to, if it didn't, pass into that corner, but maybe too risky of a shot in that circumstance. The route he went was fine. I just don't think he was high enough on that shot there. He had to do a bit with the cue ball, which kind of made the pot ever so much harder.
And you can't just continue to give Tom these kind of chances because it just makes it so easy for him.
No, you don't want to let a man like Tom get his arm in. What a performance Greg put against him yesterday.
Yeah, which just makes it even harder, that quarter this morning. I mean, you know, if he can win that, obviously he's got Waddingham next, but, you know, big chance. But that's a time where you've got to have that killer instinct and take out your chances.
Based on the quarterfinal results so far, have you got more of a clear winner in your eyes?
I mean, hard to.
It was almost impossible to call from the quarters, but
I mean, I think it still is. You know, Dempsey, Jaden, Declan. You know, how do you choose that? Waddingham. I mean, how do you choose any of them? I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Waddingham go back to back and follow up that Daventry win with another one. Just wouldn't be at all surprised to see it.
yeah, he doesn't look like missing really, does he? But then again, neither does Stevie, Declan,
I know,
Jaden.
I know.
You know, no one looks like missing really.
And that's what makes it impossible to call. You know, Stevie's flying over there at the moment, 4-0 up. Looks odds on to go 5-0.
Assuming Jaden and Declan will be next on the main arena.
Yeah, that's the game.
Who's next on this table? Do you know?
I actually don't. Last time I looked, they hadn't decided. Let's check again.
Assume it might be another last 32 game, or maybe. Sorry, last 64 game. Should I
Back
say?
to the ladies. It's Aid Flitcroft Hurst against Champs. And Aid's just had a really good win, I think, against Emma Parker.
Oh, okay.
So we're flip-flopping backwards and forwards between the men's Pro 6 and ladies Pro 5. I think the ladies Pro 5, they're down to the quarterfinals, so we'll probably be focusing on that for the next couple of games.
Yeah, it'd be good to watch Champs because she's obviously in some really good form. Obviously disappointed with the two final losses in the previous event, but
she won the ladies event in Kansas City, I think, didn't she?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, the quarterfinals are set. Becky Watkins versus Savannah Lowe, Aneda Hand versus Daniel Randall, Sammy Hogg against Sarah Waite, and Aid Flitcroft Hurst against Amy Beauchamp. I tell you, the name in there that is flying at the moment is Sammy Hogg. Local to us.
Yeah, very local to us. Someone who's, I wouldn't say come out of nowhere. She's obviously always been a very good player, but the last year or two she's put a lot of time into it, playing pretty much every tour that you can play.
She beat Lindsay Schultz 7-0 in a previous
Wow.
game, so some result against Lindsay.
Yeah, totally. And just playing a containing shot there against the top cap.
Didn't want that red to come down and sit where it is, though. Just makes things awkward for him when he does, if he does come back to the table.
Yeah, I did wonder what Tom would do there. He's not left Ben an awful lot. He has got the long shot on the red, on the blue spot. Should be going to attack here, but I can't see why he'd go attack unless that red on the bottom rail does pass that yellow, which it looks like it does.
I think the only issue for me is, you know, where's the safety if you're not attacking?
Yeah.
He's almost forced into it. You know, Tom played a clever shot the previous one. All the yellows are open now, apart from that one ball at the top of the table,
Which he'll be looking to promote alongside this back double. It's going to be a good shot required here.
Has he flicked it hard enough? If that goes, that was a brilliant shot. But he's still got his work cut out here.
Yeah, it looks awfully tight, doesn't it, whether it passes?
Yeah. And can he get past the 8 ball to, I mean, even if you can get past the 8 ball to put this red to middle, what do you do next? You've got the ball at the top of the table, but you know, how do you get down here? I think you can't avoid the cannon off this red to middle. Cannon on the 8 ball, so you'd have to try and have a glancing cannon and try and judge it. This is really hard from here.
I always wondered what that shot was called. A glancing cannon is probably the appropriate terminology.
Flick it.
So he's just decided to leave a good angle on this red. It's not an easy shot here. Was a tall order for Ben, just misjudging that slightly, and now not in a good position to continue the clearance. Tom will be licking his lips and ready to pounce. That is very unlucky, I think. What a great shot.
It's some pot.
Sometimes it's just not your day.
No, it seems to be going that way for Ben. Phew. Yeah, it goes from bad to worse.
And again, just Tom getting a easy chance just to extend his lead.
Yeah, ball in hand there wasn't really relevant. I mean, simple enough clearance regardless. Tom Jones has just missed another chance, missed the 8 ball to get a frame on the board. And
yeah, I mean, Tom is renowned for being probably the most relaxed guy on tour, and you definitely don't want him to relax even more by giving him these easy chances.
Stevie Dempsey leads 5 frames to 0 on the main arena in that quarter-final.
Looking very fluent out there. I'd like to be a touch further down the table, but won't be a problem for Tom Cousins. Very busy room if we look around. Obviously Next Gen is, I think they've started today, I think I might be correct in saying so. So the room seems a lot busier today compared to yesterday.
I've seen a couple of youngsters crying already this morning, being consoled by their parents.
Yeah.
It's a tough old game at that age, isn't it?
Oh
yeah. Poor lads. And lasses, for that matter. It's a tough one to take. I mean, I think we've all wanted to cry at some point or another. Such a frustrating game.
Yeah, I don't think I'll have hair for much longer, Nick.
Hey?
I don't think I'll have hair for much longer. I might be joining the club.
Yeah.
Best of breaks for Tom that broke there. However, they still all have a pocket, so he will be looking for the attack here to make it 6-0.
Looking at this red that's next to the 8 ball, long, top left. Not sure it's accessible from above. Don't know if the 8-ball's just guarding the potting angle. Maybe. But I think he's going to attack it from below.
Yeah,
That's
not
gone to
a bit
plan.
straighter, wouldn't
Yeah,
he?
for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it surprised me that he didn't just drop in, but I guess he felt he was going to be a bit closer to the cushion. He wanted to get the cue ball out into the open, but he's underhit it. He can focus on the pot. The cue ball will run into the. Where he can stun it into the yellow to hold it further. Red to middle. Just needs to make sure that he doesn't lose the cue ball behind the 8-ball.
Cole Bedford has said, "Who is the idiot on comms with Nick Finn?" That'll be me, Mr. Cole. Has he played yet? I better check, actually. He's got time to comment on the live
I
chat.
think he's on later.
Yeah.
I mean, he can't have played yet, because if he had, he'd be in his car on the way home. Happy hangover, Cole. Hope you're enjoying that today.
Yeah, he looked like he was going out for a good session. I think I made the wise choice in not joining him and doing that. So I hope the hangover sucks, mate.
Adam Davis at 3 o'clock. This is his next game.
Cole saying he'd be at the bar with a pint rather than on the way home if he loses. Yeah, I'm glad
Someone
to
must
hear
have
you're
given
rough,
him.
mate.
Someone must have given him a free hotel room for the night.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Oh, that's a poor miss from Ben. Yeah. Very visibly frustrated there. Yeah, so me and Cole have arranged to meet up for a pint at 4 p.m. Maybe even half past, depending how fast he will be.
I remember a question coming in just at the end of the last match. I was going on break, so I didn't answer it. But if you are still watching Jade Ratley, asked if you can buy the new top rail for the Rassons with the tighter, when the tighter pockets come out. Well, I have some news on that. I was having a good conversation with Zach Leonard earlier. It's not actually the rails that have changed. It's not the pockets that have been shimmed. It's actually a little insert which goes into the pocket. It extends the entry to the pocket. So the corner bags, they've got a little curved piece. So it's almost like on the bed in the entrance to the pocket. So rather than the sides being shimmed, Zach was explaining that if you shim it, it's not consistent. So what they've done is they've built this little insert, rounded insert that goes into each pocket, 6 mils on the corner, about 3 mils on the middles, which means that it increases the passage into the pocket, which then makes it tighter. It's more likely to hang. So if you hit the rail where you see the pocket kind of gaping at the moment, if you imagine that entryway is a little bit deeper, then it kind of just makes the cue ball hang. In fact, I said 6 mil on the corners. I think it's about 9 mil actually, 8 or 9 mil. When the cushion's on, it's about a 10 mil addition. And what you can do is you can buy the kit. So you buy a kit and it comes with the 6 inserts and filler and adhesive. You buy the whole lot. So you can, when you get your table fitter comes in to fit the new cloth, he'll fit the inserts for you. And so they're calling it the Pro Kit, or basically I can't remember the exact name for it, but it was Pro Inserts or Pro whatever it is.
It's a great idea because I think a lot of people were worried about, especially a lot of people that invest a lot of their money, for a Rasson. They were concerned that they would have to kind of fork out quite a lot of money to change the tops, but something like a plastic insert, which I'm assuming will come with instructions on how to do it. I guess the only thing that comes to mind when you talk about that, it must be extremely thin, because obviously if you insert the cap on the end of the curve, obviously any sort of kind of material added on top of the slate.
It sits flush, so it
sits
doesn't,
flush with it.
It doesn't have a lip that goes over.
Right.
It sits flush to it. You glue it flush, so it's just
I
seamless,
see.
and then the cloth goes over it.
Right.
So I did ask him. I said, why not make that adjustment either to every table, or ask Rasson to offer a pro version of the table or a standard version, as you do with some other tables. And he said, well, actually, this is only being launched for the pro tables. It's only going to be in the pro series. The challenger tables would still have the slightly bigger pockets, and they're finding that a lot of the clubs, I think one of the clubs is changing all their tables to the new version, but he's asked for the same tabletop. He doesn't want the inserts because club players enjoy the bigger table. They play longer, they spend more money behind the bar, they enjoy pool more. Because you want to be potting balls. You don't want. I used to play on a club table or on a pub table, and there was a couple of pockets you could not pot a ball down the rail. It didn't matter what pace you played it at. You could play it hard, soft, medium. You could hit it plumb. It would not go in. So any ball you had on the rail, you had to move, and that's frustrating at a club level. Pros might have been able to handle that, but at club level, you don't want that. So I think casual players prefer it to be a little bit more generous because they're getting more breaking clearances. It's more fun when you're making clearances and making balls. But the option's there if you do want that. I call it a tighter pocket. It's not. It's just it just makes it a little bit
just less likely of going in.
Yes, exactly. You don't get that leeway, which we've seen where balls are hitting a foot down the cushion and still dropping in. You don't get it. You have to hit it plumb, and I really like that. So it's just going to be a little kit.
It's a fantastic idea.
A kit of inserts. I thought it was genius, actually, and I was really surprised. Didn't get the chance, but I was going to ask Zach, how they came up with that, rather than, because most people would think, well, you just put a shim on the side of the pockets and make it tighter. But, Zach's absolutely right. If you do that, every table is going to be slightly different. You've got no consistency. But if you change the length of the passageway into the pocket, it's consistent on every single table. So every pro table will play the same. And the little insert for the middle means that if you look up the rail, here, you can see the pocket just comes out slightly. On these tables, you can pot a ball, almost from like an inch off the rail. You can still drop them into the middles. But if you close that gap in, it's only a 3mm insert that goes in there. But if you look up the rail, you won't see any of that pocket coming out, which means you need to be really accurate.
Precise,
I think they tried it with like a 6mm insert, but then it was way too tight. It made the middle so tight. So I think 3mm has made it absolutely perfect. And that was going from the feedback of a lot of the pro players.
It must also be, because the other concern I think a lot of people might think about logistically is the weight of it. So it must be a fairly hard plastic, because obviously if you think about the physics, if it's a much lighter plastic and it goes from a slate to...
I think it's actually a composite. I think
like I say, if it was just plastic, obviously if it's not as strong as the slate and it obviously rattles and hangs there, you almost form a slope, don't you? So even though it rattles, it'll probably just still fall in.
Yeah, so you don't just glue it, I think you fill it as well.
Yeah, so you're basically trying to, you're basically just trying to extend the slate, without actually installing a new slate.
Dean's saying put the CBBA cloth on a Supreme winner. I mean, it's all opinion. I love these tables personally. I think they're fabulous, and obviously this is version 2 that they brought out with improvements. It's an iterative process. It was always going to be the same. When you launch a table, it's not going to be perfect, and it's great to see that they make these adjustments. I think there's definite downsides to the Supreme. Again, it's just opinions.
You do see a lot of money matches kind of opting, when they do have the choice of Rassons, they are having Supreme kind of teal cloths, whether that's because, like you say, the Rasson's currently in the process of kind of chopping and changing. Once everyone finds a happy medium, I think most people will probably kind of stick with Rasson, I'd have said.
I think it's hard to find a better cloth than this, isn't it?
Oh, the cloth's unbelievable.
If you haven't played on it, then just go to your club that's got one and just give it a go, because It's an insanely good cloth. By the way, in the meantime, Tom Cousins is 7-0.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been chatting away, and I'll be honest,
Tom just
it's
having
kind
a
of
laugh
passed me
with
by.
Ben.
I mean, goodness me, 7-0.
No, I've kept an eye on the last few frames. He's kind of made easy work of the finishes.
Full off saying turn the mic up a little bit. I'm not. Is that me or Alex? No.
I think it was your mic was just slightly far away from your mouth. That's
think
all
it probably was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's better for you. Sometimes there's quite a lot of background noise and that can take away, but I think we solved that yesterday. So hopefully it's all good for you.
Obviously for Ben now, it's just kind of making it a bit more respectable, just getting your arm on the table.
Yeah.
He's not deluded in the fact that he thinks he could probably just easily win this from now. But again, it's not like it's never happened. But the way Tom's breaking and playing, it's going to be a tall order. So just make it respectable. Yeah, that's not a good start, fortunately.
No, and I think
shaking
this
the
yellow
hand.
squeezes. Yeah.
Shaking the hand from Ben. So that will be a whitewash.
Yeah. He's conceded.
I don't think he actually left him on the pool, is what they're just discussing. So Tom's quite happy to.
Tom's like, Ben's like, I don't care, mate. You're 7-0 up, and I have had enough.
Yeah.
I've seen enough, and I don't blame him. What a win by Tom Cousins. He was beaten on this table 8-1 yesterday. He's won 8-0 this morning, and that's some change from yesterday.
Oh yeah, loads better.
Action up next from Ladies Pro, and it's Adrienne Flitcroft-Hurst against Amy Beauchamp.
We've just seen Stevie shake hands with Tom. I'm assuming that was a win.
Stevie's through into the semi-finals against Tom Jones. One more game coming up on that main arena table. Well, lots more games, but one more quarter-final up next is one for the ages. Jaden Billingham taking on Declan Brennan. What a game that should be. It promises to be an absolute crackerjack. For us, not the result that Ben Doyle wanted, but TC marches on into the last 32, and we will reset things here and be back with you as soon as the action restarts. See you soon.
back everybody. Stevie Dempsey in the arena, fresh off the back of a brilliant victory over Tom Jones. Into the semi-finals he goes. And Stevie, I mean, any quarter-final victory is going to be pleasing, but that dominant scoreline over that good a play and atmosphere really sweet.
Yeah, that's just the way it goes sometimes. Sorry for Thomas, but he's missed the bad ball. And I think I think I just off the break.
I feel like the start of the match was really, really key, and it feels obvious to say when there's an 8-0 scoreline, but you got off to it really, really early and took out some good finishes early. So just, I think you settled in very, very quickly.
I think I had a nice finish at the start, sort of set myself down. I can't remember exactly, but I don't think it was too difficult. And I had a really good finish, but very awkward. And then the short frame after he broke down in the previous round, I punched up his neck.
Any extent shots?
Put this down here, done a big tits.
Yeah, it was a super, super performance. As you said to your face, you've got to be careful, you get yourself into consideration again. This is back-to-back really good events for you now, into a semi-final. Obviously still plenty to play for, but you're feeling really good to play your games out of the moment.
Yeah, I think we got played the last night, the last 16, I was really, really good to get through it. And then, I was trying to
You've seen the draw for the quarterfinal, so many that make it so many fixtures. Is it sort of sharp that talks about that going into it, knowing that there's only world-class players involved, you're going to have to play really well to win it? Bring it on indeed, we'll let you go, Stevie, well played, congratulations on a fabulous performance. Stevie Dempsey into the semi-finals where he awaits the winner of our final quarter. It will be between two absolutely world-class players. He'll face either Declan Brennan or Jake Bellingham. Those two are about to throw down right now on the main arena.
So, a very good afternoon and welcome back to the stream. Again, apologies for the breaking comms. Very warm in here, so taking a break while we get the opportunity and just catching up with this game. Scoreboard, I understand, is not updating. It's actually 4 each at the moment. We've been plagued with a few problems. I think it's internet connection between the tablets on the table and the score actually getting through to the scoreboard. The score that you see on the screen is updated automatically by the referee, and then it updates on our screen. But yeah, 4 each at the moment, so everything to play for. And a race to 7. I assume it's just the amount of devices currently connected. 115 tables, and every one of them has a score pad that's connected to the internet, so I think it's probably just a bit of a lag. We didn't get it too much yesterday, only during one match, but it seems to have happened quite a bit today. But I can keep you abreast of the score. As I say, it's 4 each. And let's get updated with all of the other action. I can see across on the main arena table, Jaden Billingham looking to book his place in the semi-final against Declan Brennan. He's 7-4 up and on the hill, needing one more frame. Dec Brennan's gone in off, and Jaden Billingham's got a chance of a clearance to win. In Pro Event 7, they're still playing some of the last 64 games. All of those scores you can see on live scoring. They all seem to be going through. It's only really these couple of tables that don't seem to get updated. I can tell you that Cole Bedford is 6-2 up against Adam Davis. That's, if he can pull that win off, that's a very big win against Adam. Ian Alley's 6-5 against Andy Williams. Nick Finn back on commentary with Alex Cameron. Alex has been and got the coffees in.
Good lad.
Lovely,
coffee
jubbly.
boy.
Thank you very much.
Sounds like my 4 p.m. meet up with Cole at the bar isn't looking good.
No.
I did just have a little joke with him. I saw it was 5-1 to someone, and I did kind of wave to him saying 4 p.m. bar, don't forget it, but I didn't realise he was up. See, Jaden's on the hill, looking like he potentially could be getting over the line here.
Yeah, Deck just went in off this last break as well, so he's got a great chance to seal the deal there. Those semi-finals become this evening, also the final this evening as well of Pro Event 5, and also the ladies event that we're currently watching will be played down to a final this evening. And let's have a quick look at ladies Pro 5 to see where we are. I know all the quarterfinals in play. Becky Watkins 4-2 up against Savannah Lowe. Aneda Han 4-3 against Danielle Randall. Sarah Waite 3-2 against Sammy Hogg. And obviously this is the 4th quarterfinal. And we're currently at 4 each. And Champ's about to go 5-4 up.
Race is the 7 still, I assume.
Yeah. I don't know why, but we're plagued with scoreboard problems on this table. I might have a word with the refs and see if we can get the tablet changed over. In fact, I'll do that in just a moment, because a lot of the other scores around the arena, they seem to be live. I mean, they may be behind because I don't know, but a lot of the scores seem to be updating. They had some problems with this tablet connecting to the internet earlier, so it may just be the same thing. And it's not easy for people to view at home when the score's not updating.
Champs to break, 5-4 up. Good connection, but no ball. Massive break there. And he will be happy to be at the table, looking to make it 5 apiece. looking like she's going to be going reds, but she's potentially having another look.
Welcome back into the arena, everybody, as we complete our Pro Series semi-final lineup, and Jane Bellingham is in the final four.
Wonder if she'll be looking to promote that red on the right-hand rail. She'll definitely be playing the one on the top left. Probably be dropping this in, leaving the angle to knock into it. She might decide not to go into it, maybe kind of drift up and play it down the rail. We will find out shortly. So the only downside to promoting it is that you're not guaranteed to be onto another red once you do. Yeah, she might be looking to cannon it in a way that hopefully she'll be like kind of pushing it over towards the right middle so that she can play it. She's jacking up, so she might be deciding not to go into it. She's played it a controlled way. It's a good shot. Bit thinner into the middle than she would have wanted, but she'll take it.
Into another semi-final, and you've done it the hard way, being one of the best players in the world, and I imagine his confidence is pretty high.
Just getting back up, composing herself, making sure of the pot. It's a big shot.
Just sent a message across to tournament director to see if there's anything can be done, whether if changing the tablet on this table will make a difference.
Second prize for Lady there. Is it Aid or AD? Do you know? I'll just call it Age. Proven quite an issue for Amy here, so she decided to pull back a bit, play the safety. Don't blame her. So what she wants A to do is move that yellow, which is her only problem yellow.
You know, Alex, we spoke about it yesterday, but I'm going to mention it again. Jaden Billingham, what an absolute beast. Just beating Declan Brennan, booked himself another, another semi-final spot. And, who put it past him going all the way again this weekend? I mean, he's still got a big semi-final to play. But, so he's going to play, obviously, Stevie Dempsey, who is another man that's on some serious form. But Stevie and Decky often roommates. Can he take out the two roomies back to back? And then obviously Waddingham or Raybone in the final. Great lineup that. Raybone against Waddingham, Dempsey against Jaden.
Going back to Jaden, it's not just the fact he's beating players like Declan, but it's also the fashion in which he's doing it. He's 6-1 up. Obviously finished it 8 frames to 4.
Yeah.
It's not just beating these players; he's beating them convincingly.
And the biggest thing for me is consistently. He's not turning up. I mean, let's be honest. Anyone can beat anyone at this level, and they often do. You see some surprises, you see some shocks, you see some early exits for the big names. But Jaden's not doing that. Jaden is beating these players consistently and establishing himself. I mean, he's going to be top 5 next year. There's no doubt in my mind.
And I can't see it. Can't see him not going #1 at this kind of pace. Consistency wise. I mean, it's very, very similar to what Tom was doing. Which got him that big lead at the #1 spot. So I'm sure Tom will have something to say about it. That's for certain.
Yeah.
Still gunning in the second event, which is event 6. So he'll be looking to kind of stop Jaden? I mean, we look back on, I think it was the very first event of this year, and Tom obviously beat Jaden in the final, and obviously lost to Tom Jones in the second final, just before his game with Caesar. It felt to me when he beat Jaden in that final, like that was more than just a game for Tom. That was a statement, kind of a, you know, it's not your time yet. I'm still the number one. He's still the young gun.
Just to give it a bit of context, so Jaden's currently number 7 in the rankings. He's 250 points behind Chippy, so he'll overtake Chippy in this event. He is about 1,300 behind Melling, and obviously Melling is out. So depending, I mean, if he wins his semi-final, he'll probably go ahead of Melling as well. He's exactly the same points behind Aaron Davis. So if he gets to the final, I think he overtakes all of those and goes into 4th spot. If he wins the event, he would cement himself in 4th spot. He's still a little way behind Waddingham, Brennan and Cousins, but he's catching on them. And at his age, 19 years old, I mean,
it's only his second season.
It's insane. It really is insane. Good to see Cole, actually. He's in the top 10. I hadn't realised that he's number 10.
I'm surprised he's not mentioned it to you.
Oh, well, yeah.
Mentioned it, to be fair. He was actually, I think he was 7th or 8th.
Yeah.
As soon as he won, obviously, the British Open.
The scoreboard's updated. Something else I was going to talk to you about as well. After Tom got beaten yesterday by Greg, and I know, you know, it's only one game, and everyone can have an off game. But there were a few comments in the chat box that got me thinking a little bit, and they were saying that, you know, the general consensus was, is he doing what Melling did and starting to spread himself too thin? Because, you know, he has been a dominant force, but he's been that dominant force while he's been focusing mainly on English 8 ball. But now he's obviously spreading himself between here and the bar box and swapping between. I mean, it's a massive difference between the control and how you maneuver these balls around, the patterns that you choose between this and bar box. And I think bar box for him still comes secondary. He's going across the States and enjoying himself, but he is establishing himself as quite a big name in the States now. And as that momentum grows, I mean, the States is a lot bigger than here. The sponsorship deals are bigger. The opportunities to earn money over there are much bigger. And the more he focuses on that and tries to be better at that American pool, which I don't think he's there yet. I think he's still focusing firmly on UK. But, you know, as the money starts rolling in the States, maybe he starts turning his attention to that a little bit more. And does that detract from UK? And does that make him, you know, more susceptible on the number 1 spot with other players that do focus, like Jaden? You know, Jaden just focuses on English 8 ball. Declan, although, you know, he's gone across for a few matches in the States, but it's just a trip for him. Probably the same with Waddingham as well. You know, Melling has spread himself thin for years. He's one of the only players that's really been able to do it. You know, is there a possibility there that you know, it weakens his game slightly in the UK?
It's hard to say if you know, if that is true, but the first example of what you're speaking about, which involves a player that we both know really well, which is Shane Thompson, you know, had that really good season in 21-22, got himself into the number 1 position. You know, he started introducing Hayball and American into his game, and you know, you've noticed you know, a dip in performance. You know, not to say he's not playing as good as he was back then, but there is a clear pattern that when someone kind of introduces different disciplines into their game, it does cause an impact. Well, you know, it causes a decline on the English side.
It has to.
For me, it's just distraction. You know, it's, you know, if Tom, you know, I imagine Tom still put some practice going into this. You know, I'm not too sure of the timelines, but I imagine he had a few days in between coming back from Kansas and playing this. But the issue is you're playing people like Jaden, where their full focus is English. You know, and if in a game that's, you know, requires perfection so consistently, any kind of distraction away from different types of balls, different types of rules, different tables, it's bound to make an effect. You know, but ultimately it's tricky for Tom, because I imagine, you know, not only is he doing really well out there, I imagine he also really enjoys it. So, you know, I do wonder if he will make a change, or if he's happy with kind of accepting that maybe I won't be as dominant as I once were. Be interested to see his thoughts on it, to be honest.
This is some of the best ball I've seen from Aid. She came through that previous game. I think I said it was Emma Parker she beat. I'll double check in a second, but Emma, an excellent player. Amy, our current number 2, and Aid is playing superbly well.
Just glancing over as well, she looks so focused as well. You know, she is ready to win this match, and she'll be waiting for an opportunity to do so.
Well, she's putting some serious pressure on Amy, and as a result, you can see, you know, little mistakes like that shot. She's overhit it by some margin. Now she's got to play a cute little cut back to middle, which she misses. And Aid comes to the table. Okay, it's a messy table, but you know, at worst, she can take control of the game. Only needed one more frame. I don't think she should be chasing the finish here, though.
I completely agree.
I think she should, you know, maybe pot one ball, but then just look at developing and playing a little containing shot.
See, I'd have been tempted to promote that ball at the top of the table, just kind of play around with it.
I was just wondering whether she could pot that ball into the middle. Look at the line the cue ball was on. It's going straight towards that red that's tied up on the left-hand side. If she hits that shot harder, she bumps into that red and nudges that out.
It's almost a free shot, really.
It was, absolutely. I just don't think she saw the line. She was just looking at landing on this ball, but she doesn't want to pop this ball that's over the pocket. If I was her, I would literally just push this closer to the pocket and just take away, because all the yellows go at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, I mean, that's a great effort there, to be fair, but...
Yeah, but now she's tried to develop, and maybe it should have been a shot before.
I don't think there was much value in covering the pocket. Obviously, covering the pocket in international rules nowadays is not the advantage it once used to be.
So what about now? Pop the red into bottom left, and then play into the red that's closest to the left side rail, this one that's near the middle pocket. Push the yellow up onto the other yellow, so it opens up the red, but kind of like
think
just pushes
she's
that yellow
fouled.
safe. Oh, she's feathered the cue ball.
Fair play. Good honesty.
Yeah.
In a way, I don't think she'll be too gutted. I think she realised she was chasing there, so...
It's a horrible table.
Yeah, I don't blame her. I mean, I found this earlier in my match, actually. You know, when you've been attacking all game and it's been successful, and obviously it's given her the 6-5 lead, you don't really want to pull back. You know, you're so used to attacking. So, you know, she obviously wanted to... She appreciated that she had a chance to win the match, and she wanted to go out there and win it, you know. So I appreciate her being aggressive, but obviously in hindsight, she probably wished she maybe played a bit more defensive at the beginning of this frame. I wonder if anyone in the live chat had any thoughts on our conversation with Tom.
Yeah. Let me just quickly. So this is the last game of this session, and then we're back at 5 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, we've got the winner of Hog and Weight versus the winner of this. And then, look at these for games that we've got lined up for this evening. Tom Cousins versus Christy Colefield on this table. Ian Alley versus Cole Bedford on this table. And then the other games are from Men's Pro 6, but games not decided yet because there's still last 64 games to be decided. Duhaz or Hope against Dagnall or Chipperfield, and Batten or Pope versus Kendall or Brennan. I mean, that could be a blockbuster. Either Batten or Pope, maybe, yeah, against Brennan. But Callum Kendall's been playing well as well, so a really good lineup for this evening.
Frame's kind of got a bit to a standstill here. Just going to be playing a loss of turn here.
This is where you almost wish that you were on the main table and there was a clock.
Yep.
And the clock was against Champs, you know, and Champs would have to push the boat out because Aid could, you know, just keep this frame tied up and let the clock run down. But of course, we're not on a match clock here. We are on a 30-second shot clock, but this table is running somewhat behind now because we're not going to get much of a break because we're back on at 5 o'clock this evening. So by the time this game finishes, you know, if this frame goes to Amy, there could be another 20 minutes left in this match. We're not going to get too much of a break.
Is that what's next on this match? Sorry if you've already said it. Is there another, I'm assuming another ladies pro game after this one?
At 5 o'clock, it's...
Did you say it was the winner of Sarah?
It's the winner of this against Sammy Hogg and Sarah Waite.
Right.
The winner of that one.
Wow, I just realised that Stevie game, he actually beat him 8-0. Tom Jones in the quarterfinals.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Stevie will be in great form against the in-form Jaden.
Yeah, well, both of them are going to be buzzing, aren't they? So that's going to be a really interesting game to watch.
I think I'm secretly rooting for Neil, to be honest with you. You know, he's someone who just deserves a title. Obviously, it's not going to be easy.
Do you know what? He's just beaten Oli Bell 8-1 as well in Pro Event 6, so he is absolutely flying at the moment. Cole Bedford through as well, 8-2 against Adam Davis. That's some win. Ian Alley went through against Andy Williams. Ricky Jones on the hill against Dylan Leary. Aaron Davis through 8-1 against Luke McAvoy. Stevie Dempsey 6-5 up against Joe Nolte. So this is all from Pro 6. Quick look across at the scores from the women's Pro 5 on the other tables adjacent to this one. Becky now 5-3 against Savannah Lowe, and Ada Han and Danielle Randall 4 each. Sarah Waite 4-3 against Sammy Hogg, and of course this match still to be decided. Ada Flitcroft-Hurst needing one frame to get across the line.
I have to say, she's she's definitely favourite in this frame. The way these balls have come out.
I don't think I'll be taking this pot on
that. So wow. Brave.
That,
I mean, you just put the white on the top rail. You know, you put aiming all sorts of
That's
trouble.
That's a fabulous shot. To get that action, to pot it, get that action, get the cue ball back and nudge that yellow out the way and give herself the chance. I don't blame her. I mean, you have to play like this against Amy, and you have to take your chances. So I don't blame her for doing it. But it took a really brave effort. She needs to play a big shot here.
Yeah, although Amy's obviously infamous for her aggressive nature, she definitely knows how to play tactically.
She can use the yellow as a stopper. She just needs to focus on the pot. Needs to get a little bit lucky with position, but
I mean,
what a
that
pot.
is so unfortunate.
What a pot. She's going to be left with only a double. But any thicker contact on that yellow and she is plumb.
That was such a good shot as
Wow.
well.
That was so close to being absolute perfection. Just a tiny contact, thicker contact on the yellow, pushes it aside. She's not given that enough pace. And has she covered the potting angle? If she covered the potting angle for the yellow down the rail, that's big. That's really big. I don't think that yellow passes. So that means that Amy probably has to double it. She's doing the right thing, just laying the snooker. Has she left a gap? I think she looked quite disappointed when she looked down at the shot. I think she's left this on. And the way Ade's been potting, I wouldn't put it past her to nail this. Wowzers. What a shot. Needs that cue ball to run. It just gets there. Just gets there. Very thin 8-ball into the middle. But if she gets this, this would be a fantastic win for Ade. She's got it.
What
and
a
the
great
cue ball's
pop.
safe. That is a brilliant finish. And what a performance from Adrian Flitcroft-Hurst. That was superb. Very good. We're going on break now. We'll be back in an hour. Just under an hour. 5 p.m. Back with the action. One more from the ladies' game, and then we focus on pro. And don't forget, we've got some crackerjack games coming up for you this evening. So come back, join us at 5 o'clock. Don't miss the action. See you then.
almost ready to get back going on the stream table here on the main arena with the semi-finals of the Women's Pro and Men's Pro Series. Should be a fantastic evening in store. 8 brilliant players left in. Only 2 of them will be champions by the end of the night. Don't forget, if you're with us here in Loughborough, that the 36 Vegas fan zone is still very much alive and kicking up on the balcony. Just head to your right as you head through the main door and enter their 6 red shootout competition for a chance to win hundreds of pounds in cash prizes and maybe get yourself a seat in the VIP zone at the end of the balcony, which will be a pretty good spot to watch tonight's action. Semi-finals coming up shortly. I will open the show to preview Daniel Rendell versus Becky Watkins, which is coming up in just a couple of minutes. Second semi-final over on the women's side is Sarah Wade against Adrian Flitcroft-Hurst. And in the men's, we look forward to a little bit later on Jane Billingham against Stevie Dempsey and Craig Waddingham against Neil Rainbow. Looking forward to tonight. Get yourself in your seats. Action is starting momentarily.
Internet drop down on this. Yeah, I don't know. Because obviously it's hard to hearing. The actual arrangement in how he's going to get his calls and that. When it's 10 down from 5 and that. Sorry? Arrangement in how he's going to get his
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the Ultimate Ball Series live from Loughborough Weekend 3 of 2020.
These guys are starting those couple lines.
Delivered in big ways.
Sorry, my bad.
A massive number. Two trophies away at the end of this evening's play.
I could have sworn that was true.
And then it's Pro Series. And
Well, he was saying that.
journey to get through.
I'll just sit here. You can sort this bit out. None at the moment because I don't have. You're so much better when you got the tape in here. So I'm just going to do a refresh, redo it. Now the internet's dropped out. Of course it has. Okay? It was okay a minute ago.
Incredible run that Age had from the back to 36 Vegas along the way as well. Two brilliant wins for Age, and on totally interesting. I mean, spoke about there, she's overjoyed, she's favourite too as well.
yeah, first semi-final.
I'll send it again. Hang on.
On the table one following the first round semi-final and then see the third of the men's brilliant semi-finals coming up. Four fabulous players, Craig Waddingham versus Neil Raymond is first up, and then it's a rematch of one of our more recent finals, Stevie Dempsey against James Billingham. Where do you sort of see the man play in your army? Just literally too impossible.
I think it is impossible. Craig Waddingham, I mean, he's on the great run. Really won the European Open a couple of weeks ago. Dempsey played brilliant today. Broads, forget the against Tom Jones. Tom wasn't his day, 5 breaks, couple of mistakes in there. Dempsey never missed a thing. James Billingham, it's like a 30-year-old. You forget how young he is. And what a talent.
He's got the opportunity to be really special in that he could go to his 4th straight final, 4 straight series weekends, which is a 50% win rate across 2 events a weekend. But that is extraordinary. And the one play you've not mentioned there, I just want to pick up the Razor Neil Rainbow, the player who's so good. Probably a little bit overdue to be back in this stage.
Yeah.
Such a top quality player.
I think it was nearly on yesterday. It was 5-1 or 5-2 down against Scott. Oh, came back, finished that match, and he's built on top of that. There's a few edgy parts of his game early today. You know, he's going to be really up against it, but yeah, he can't count him out. And what I like was looking at the players' faces after certain shots, and when you see his way to the next round. Chamber Billy, at the age, the tender age, he is how calm he looks. It's not a care in the world. There's a bit when Decky walks out, he really just went to the toilet break. I looked at James and sat there, not a care in the world. You think he can intimidate me? You're wrong.
Incredibly relaxed then. I can't wait for all, 4 of our semi-finals then, with 8 players left in, 4 in each side for the women and the men's Pro Series. I can just see out the corner of my eye, Danielle and Becky are itching to get themselves into the arena and get on with this semi-final. So we're going to a quick break, and then the first semi is on as Becky Watkins takes on Danielle Randall for a spot in the final. We'll come back.
Oh, welcome back to Table 2 and semi-final of Ladies Pro Event 5. And two players we don't get to see very often on stream. We're making a really good deep run this weekend. Adrian Flitcroft-Hurst, we saw her just before the break beating Amy Beauchamp. Now Sarah Waite is their opponent in the semi-final. Sarah beat Sammy Hogg in her game. Sarah's going to have to play really well if Adrian plays anything like she did against Amy, because she was absolutely sublime, best I've seen her play. The other semi-final is Becky Watkins and Danielle Randall. That's on the mainstream table where Tony Holgate and Mark Shepherd await you if you prefer that game. But we're going to stick with this one for now, and we've got an absolute blockbuster lineup for this evening. Tom Cousins up next against Christy Caulfield on this table, and that will follow with Cole Bedford and Ian Alley. Oh, what a couple of games we've got lined up there. What are we thinking about tonight's action, Alex?
Very, very excited. Obviously we've seen Tom on this table a couple of times. Obviously the first one not being too good, obviously losing to Greg Batten 8-1, but he's definitely got past that as he beat Ben Doyle 8 frames to 0. Playing some really good stuff, so really excited to see what he's going to do. Obviously Cole Bedford's just, I believe he beat Adam Davis, you know, something along the lines of 8-2, 8-3, so nice convincing win. Obviously Ian Alley's still in good form from the European Open, which he lost in the final, so overall really excited for these games. Obviously going to this game that we're watching now, Sarah, I will say I'm very biased in this match. Sarah's a very close friend of mine. We've been, well, she's a kind of a woman legend in our local area, live in the same town, so I might be a bit biased in what I say on this match, but she's got a tough match. I mean, AD's just played fantastic in beating one of the favourites in champs, so should be an interesting game. Sarah's just beat a fellow teammate in Sammy Hogg, so probably a tough match as they both know each other so well, but Sarah's already kind of looking very confident around the table, potting some really good balls, so should be an interesting watch.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Sarah obviously on some very good form over the weekend so far. And albeit it's nice to get to a semi-final, both players will be very, very keen to get to their final. And I think I may be right in saying I probably just need to double check, because I haven't followed the women's game absolutely closely over the last couple of seasons, but I reckon it could be the first final for both players.
Not sure on AD, but I know 100% for Sarah. I mean, Sarah, as you can tell by her nickname on the back of her shirt, you know, Silky, she's renowned in the local area for her one-ball potting. Very, very good potter. Really struggled with confidence over the last few seasons. I'm sure she'd be the first to agree. But as of late, she's had some really good runs in tours outside of the Ultimate. And obviously, this is I want to say this is probably the furthest she's gone. So she'll be looking to try and get that maiden final. I mean, the way AD played in her last match, I wouldn't be surprised if she's done it before. But yeah, I wouldn't know on her, unfortunately. So we might expect kind of a bit of nerves in this one, as they both want to win so much. Yeah, not the kiss she wanted there. I think she wanted to keep that white ball more towards the middle of the table. Obviously, unfortunately, these reds are all out in the open for Sarah, so should a mistake happen here, you'd like to say she'd be confident in clearing up. Yeah. Just tries to do a skill shot there, unfortunately not being successful. Sarah now with her first chance at getting a frame on the board. She's just deciding to get a rest, bit of a stretch. Yeah, good shot from Sarah. Played it in a way that she's now not hampered by that yellow. So she'll be looking to, I guess in an ideal world, be low on this red into the bottom right, so that she can come off one rail and play the black into the bottom left as we face. So just needs to control the pace here. She's done so really well. A bit straight than she would have wanted, but I imagine she can now screw it back for the black into the right middle. She's just got to kind of back herself, give herself a shot on this black. Got into that a lot more than she was expecting. She might be perhaps trying to adjust to the pace of the table potentially. I'm not too sure if she was on one of the outside tables in a previous match.
Yeah, just confirm with JMO, it would be the first final for both of these players, so what kind of landmark opportunity for both of them. I know Aid was absolutely buzzing after a win. She looked up at me and gave it the big old fist bump. Wow, how unlucky is that, by the way? What a great pot. Just couldn't control the cue ball.
Like I said, really, really good one-ball potter. That'll be really frustrating, but again, in the race to 7, hopefully that won't cause too much damage. Sarah just needs to regroup and hopefully get a good break off the table here.
Yeah, race to 7, plenty of time.
Just getting some more information on Sarah here. So yeah, as Nick's just said, Aid's never been to a final. Sarah's made 2 quarters in the Ultimate Pool Series events previously, so this is currently the furthest she's gone. But she did have a semi-final at the European Open most recently, so no stranger to the deep end of the tournaments.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
That information was kindly given to me by fellow pro and close friend Gareth Manning, who's obviously got invested interest in this match, as you know, he's Sarah Waite's partner.
The Mad Dog and Silky.
I think you've known Gareth for a few years, haven't you, Nick?
Yeah, on and off. I don't think our paths crossed too much during the early doors. Probably, I don't know really if I came across him too much, to be honest. We probably were at similar events, you know, when I was playing Interleague and stuff like that. But I guess I didn't really know him at that time. Smashing guy.
Yeah, Sarah choosing the tougher pot there, but trying to...
Oh, I needed that cue ball to run through. I think she might just be okay for the water middle.
Yeah, if not, she will have the yellow over the corner. These are nicely spread out for her, but she's just got to. She's already struggled with the cue ball a little bit here, so she just needs to tighten up that cue ball.
Yeah, just work out the pattern here. Maybe middle and just top corner, but then it's getting on the yellow in the middle of the table to. I don't hate leaving the one over the top right to last. She's got a nice line here to pop this to middle and just stun down on the one at the bottom of the table. Okay, there's a lot of traffic on the reds, but just pick a gap. You don't have to do much with the cue ball to get onto the 8 ball then. Just a nice little soft stun shot here. Don't let it drift too far, that's okay. There's always a danger when you float it in like that, that you could have hidden the cue ball behind that red, but she played it really well. And I think now it's the perfect line just to be able to, well, it looks like she's going to top it. I think for me there it was just a soft screw shot. Maybe she had a bit too much angle, wasn't straight enough, and felt that she'd bring those 2 reds into play in the middle of the table, but it felt like she could play that as a little soft screw and just come above them and play to the middle of the table. Because if you're topping it there, you know, okay, the top didn't take it, kind of just turned into a bit of a stun run through. She's done well to find the gap. A little bit of fortune there, I think, to be able to find that gap. But again, she's underhit that one. It was one of those, I don't know how much of the yellow she could see, but you needed to kind of play that with a little stun and a bit of side and come across the top of that red. Because, you know, if you come to the middle of the bulk area, then that 8 ball's pretty straight to middle, isn't it? Even if she floats down below that red, she's still got quite a thin cut on the 8. So just, I mean, let's be honest.
Keep going.
It's her It's her first time on the stream table, and they do play differently.
Yes.
And that will favour Aid, because obviously she played a previous match on here and she was nailing everything that was in front of her, and her cue ball was really good. So it might take Sarah a couple of frames just to get the feel for the table. It looks like she's just struggling a little bit with the pace of the cue ball.
Yeah, and obviously Aid just coming straight from it, then yeah, she's going to be experienced with it. That's 2 frames that you have to feel. Sarah should be 2-0 up now. Just hope this doesn't get to her too much. It is tough out there once you kind of lose confidence in your cue ball. It does kind of snowball and make the next shot even harder.
Just a nice little stun here off the side cushion. Just finish off straight on the red to middle.
Yeah, these are the finishes that she was getting against champs quite consistently earlier. Fully expect her to take these out.
Yeah, I think she's okay. Maybe with like just a fraction less angle. May just need to. Yeah, I think actually she's fine, isn't she? She can just float the cue ball up. Yeah, she had the perfect angle actually. She's come too far there.
Wow.
You'd rather be low than high on this. You know,
not that low though.
No, I mean this end of the table. Like
of course.
You could have been on the blue spot and still had a better shot.
I'd have liked going up and down there. Just play it a bit more pace. Just kind of.
Because overhitting it doesn't even matter if you're in this end of the table. You've still got a shot on the.
Wow.
What a recovery. What a recovery.
And that's those kind of shots that really hurt for Sarah. I mean, that's an easy mistake which kind of teased her into thinking she's coming back, but a good double. Yeah. 2-0. Like I say, hopefully Sarah can kind of regroup quickly and get over the couple of mistakes being made.
Totally understandable though. As I say, coming into totally different conditions, knowing now you're on stream, there's a lot more eyes on you. It creates a different kind of pressure. And as I say, whilst Aid isn't seasoned in this environment, she's certainly had a bit more experience in front of the cameras, but it can be quite an intimidating environment.
Looks like Becky Watkins is getting to a good start in the other semi-finals of this event 5, leading Danielle 2 frames to 0.
Yeah, and she's in the balls again. Danielle would love to get one over on Becky here, just to reel back some of those ranking points.
Yeah, and you have to say she's definitely got a spring in her step after the announcement of number 1. She was always knocking on the door, always felt like she had a chance, but ever since she's been number 1, She's obviously, I mean, some people obviously struggle with the idea of having that target on their head, but she's obviously fully embracing it as she's going to another semi-final. Not too sure how she did in the European Open. You'll probably know more than me.
There's a question.
Yeah, I might have a...
I should be able to remember.
Keeping you on your toes today, Nick. That's another great break from AD. Breaking like she was in the previous round against champs. Leaving really nice splits.
Yeah, Becky went out of the quarter-finals in the European Open to Kerry Griffiths. And of course, the eventual winner was Kerry.
Of course, yes.
Barbara Taylor in the final. And interestingly, Danielle Randall went out at the same point, so she didn't gain any points on Becky over that weekend.
Played that well. You can see the difference between the two already. She's obviously played that at the perfect pace to kind of dribble into that pocket, so she's obviously very familiar with the pace of this table. Definitely a big advantage going into this match.
Obviously, when we get to this end of the tournament, then the points become quite significant. Semi-final, losing semi-finalists 1,500 points, losing finalists 3,000, the winner 6,000. It's a lot of ranking points difference between winning and getting second place and getting third or fourth in the semi-final. So, Danielle's 11,000 points behind Becky, 5,000 points behind Barbara. So,
Curious how it will do for these two, the ranking points.
Aid is currently 15th, and this would push her up into around about 10th, getting into the top 10, I think.
First main kind of real mistake from Aid there.
Sarah, interestingly, is 3,000 points ahead of Aid in 14th place.
Am I right? Is there seeding? I think that's only, I want to say there's only 32.
Yeah.
So obviously staying in that top 16 is an advantage. Sarah now with another great chance to get her first frame on the board. A frame which you feel she has to take in order to kind of regroup and forget about the previous two mistakes. And what a chance it is. Decided to kind of leave a bit more distance. Just needs to make sure of this frame.
Sorry, just a few results that have come through from men's Pro 6 in the last couple hours since we've been off air. Chris Melling beat Rab McCulloch 8-6. Neil Raybone, I think we knew that one, beat Oli Bell 8-1. Carl Sutton went through against Ryan England 8-4. Rob Warren beat Ryan Pisani 8-7. Stevie Dempsey beat Joe Nolte 8-5, and Liam White beat Cameron Pinches 8-4. There's a couple of games still going on, and it's an interesting West Country battle between Greg Batten and Scott Pope. Greg currently 6-5 up, and Deck Brennan back in amongst it, playing Callum Kendall 7 frames to 4.
That's very close from Sarah there. Just managing to still be on this red into the top left. Just needs to control the pace here. Something that she's been struggling with recently. She's played that well from what we can see. Don't fully know where the white is until she moves. Yeah, she's okay. See, I'd like Sarah to play this a bit more confident. Bit of top left, kind of run it round 2 for the black.
I was about to say the same thing, because if you try and stun below it, you run the risk. It's just a trace of left-hand side, let the cue ball run top cushion, side cushion. And again, that was a danger for me. If you stun across the face of it, where are you hoping to land?
You can easily kiss it onto the rail as well.
Yeah.
She's been quite fortunate to not kind of kiss it in a harmful way. Still needs to pot this.
Yeah, she gets a double, that's a good recovery.
Yeah. I thought she would have put it in the middle, to be honest, but she's obviously more comfortable with the double.
I think it was pretty thin to the middle.
Yeah, it looks quite thin. Either way, it's gone in. Now just trailing 2-1. Should be looking for another good break here. Try not let Aid get to a good start in this match.
So as previously mentioned, following this game, Tom Cousins versus Christy Coalfield. And then we have Ian Alley against Cole Bedford. I think our last game of the evening is going to be Michael Hope against Declan Brennan if Declan completes that win against Callum Kendall.
Bit of an unorthodox break, but still been really effective. She'll most definitely be looking to go reds here. Likely start off with the red into the right middle. I think what she'd like to do is take care of those two reds at the top as soon as possible. Obviously getting down on it fairly quickly, so she's obviously confident what she wants to do. Only thing she's been mindful of, if you take away the two at the top, obviously just have to be mindful of the transition to the black. Although the red into the bottom left is obviously an easy pot, because of the two yellows right next to it, it does make it quite troublesome in terms of getting the white out of it. So for me, it's all about the pattern and positioning here. I don't think she'll have any issue with the pots.
I'll tell you one thing, I'm glad I'm not playing. It is steaming in here today. Absolutely steaming.
Yeah, obviously a bit hotter just in general today, mixed in with a lot more people in the building.
If there ever. The venue is very busy.
Yeah. I think although I'd rather be playing, I think at the same time I'd almost rather be commentating. Strange miss for Sarah there. Obviously she was trying to get the cue ball out to likely be straight on that red into the bottom left. In doing so, it's made the pot a bit harder and caused the miss. Aid very quick to get to the table, hoping to punish that mistake. I think I've asked you nearly every game, Nick. I mean, now that we've got all the semi-final lineups for the Pro Men's Event 5, is there a clear winner in your eyes, or is it all still to play for?
Yeah, no chance there's a clear winner. I mean, what is it? Jaden, Dempsey, Waddingham, and Rayburn. I mean, I couldn't even pick a winner at the semi-finals. Yeah, I couldn't pick two finalists, so I honestly don't know. My instinct tells me Waddingham, but just because, you know, he's off the back of the win in Daventry, he's going to be riding high, but you know, Jaden can't ever write him off.
Yeah, that was a tough shot for Aid. Obviously she tried to pot that into the top left and obviously promote that yellow at the same time. She's been quite fortunate, however, in blocking the pot on the red at the top of the table. However, Sarah will still be happy to get back to the table. Wow, and me saying that, I thought it didn't go, but obviously I was wrong because she has potted it into the top left. Bit straight here. I do wonder if she'll opt to leave the double. Obviously she doubled her black in the previous frame, so she's not afraid of them. Obviously the danger of trying to screw back for the black into the down the rail into the bottom right is you do kind of bring those yellows into play in terms of snookering yourself. Might be a bit of a wise choice to potentially leave the double. But she has done so.
Good line for it as well. Looks fairly natural.
I find with these Rassons, I don't know how much table time you've had on these Rassons, Nick, but doubling's obviously very, very different to the Supreme, so I think she needs to make sure she doesn't hit this too hard, which will cause it to straighten up. She's absolutely nailed it.
Perfect. She likes a double.
She should double every black. Wise smile from Sarah there.
2 frames each.
She'll be over the moon to be 2 all there after what was a couple of silly mistakes in the first 2 frames. Also got an interesting lineup on Stream Table 3. Charlie Earnshaw and Phil Harrison.
Yeah, I saw that one. Phil was just edging it when I looked.
Yeah, 3 frames to 2. Charlie having some good wins over this weekend. And Phil obviously having a deep run. I want to say he got to the quarters, or yeah, it might be the quarters yesterday, or the 16s. In fact, am I right in saying he beat Charlie 8 frames to 0?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he did.
So Charlie already doing one better than yesterday. So on the main TV table, Danielle has reduced the deficit 3 frames to 1 after Becky was 3-0 up. Now looking like she is in a great opportunity to make it 3 frames to 2. If you want to go watch that, that's on the main TV table. Commentated by none other than Tony Holgate and Mark Shepherd. Legends in the commentary game, wouldn't you say, Nick?
Yeah, they are. Some of the originals, actually. Both of them used to do stuff on Sky Sports back in the early 2000s. Mark was presenter, Tony often in the commentary box.
I might even dare say the late 90s. I know,
Yeah,
I know Tony definitely did some in the late 90s. I'm sure of Mark's involvement. I hear he was actually a player back in the day. A few reliable sources told me he was a player on the old IPA tour.
Mark?
Yes.
Yeah, played UK tour a lot, and I think he dabbled in 9-ball at one point as well. More of a poker player nowadays. Goes to Vegas every year for the World Series.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he came back recently. He normally goes for a few weeks. Certainly gone every year since I've known him.
It's a fantastic pot I made there. Still not quite in prime position, but managing to pull out some nice pots to keep the clearance going. She was trying to cover the pocket there, but Unfortunately not successful in doing so. Sarah now back to the table. Yellow's in play. Not the easiest of chances, but a chance to get herself in the lead for the first time in the match.
Yeah, from that slow start and a few mistakes earlier on, she's really starting to find it.
Good plant there from Sarah. Yellow ball's actually come out quite nice because it's still potable, but obviously making the red not potable into that top right corner. And also landed pretty good on this yellow, which I imagine she'll be looking to play off the red to clear that pocket in the bottom left hand side. Oh no, she's going for her favourite double again. And the first one she's missed. That was a risky shot from Aid. I know she was trying to promote that red, but the line she took, it was always probably going to go in off. Even if she went cushion into the red, it was almost certain to go in off. So chance for Sarah to punish that mistake. Looks like she's trying to open up this black here, but I think she probably be more beneficial to deal with these two yellows the bottom side of the table, but I mean, that black does go into the top left, and unfortunately she's actually made the black worse by putting it onto the rail. Right, so it was a straight plant. That's why she didn't want to deal with it.
A little bit awkward now. It's a yellow and 8 ball on the left hand side. Plays the loss of turn. Plays it well. Forces Sarah into moving this ball. just comes far enough.
Just about.
Risky shot there, playing it the way she did. Could have easily been hampered by the 8 ball, but she judged it really well. Needs to punch the... okay, she decided to play at the top, but I thought she needed to punch it.
Should be fine.
Yeah.
Obviously she's dead straight in the corner if she wanted to play it in the corner, but can also play the thin cut, but be a more controlled shot playing it into the corner, which is what she's doing. Nice shot. Advantage Aid.
Yeah, retakes the lead and stops the comeback from Sarah. Good frame to win, actually. Sarah was gathering momentum. Race to 7, still a long way to go.
Becky's just missed a black to extend her lead to 4 frames to 2 against Danielle, so Danielle with a chance to level it at 3 frames apiece. If you're interested in watching the other semi-final on the main TV table, a lot of power out of that break, but unfortunately not potted a ball. That's the problem when you kind of hit the break good and don't pot a ball. You often leave it nice for your opponent, which she has done. Good shot there from Aids. She obviously picked her pattern, deciding to take out these 2 yellows at the bottom side of the table. Just going to roll this through. Obviously wants to leave herself an angle on the other yellow so that she can get back up to the table. And the reason she needs a good angle is because she needs to land on that yellow, which is towards the black after. The yellow more towards the blue spot. Unfortunately doesn't actually go anywhere apart from the right middle and the bottom corners, so she's going to have to try to get onto that yellow over the pocket, unless she maybe even plays a plant, but I can't imagine she'll be wanting to play a shot that risky. Just needs a good cue ball here. Obviously tried to play the gap here and for the yellow near the black, but I'm not too sure if she can see the pot inside of this.
I know she didn't have much of an angle there, but she's got some good cue power. I felt like a deep screw shot, bottom cushion, side rail. She could have got out there. She was keeping it simple, but this is a much tougher shot than it needed to be. Catches the 8 ball.
Actually been quite fortunate there that she's pushed the black into a safe position, but Sarah will be playing a red off this yellow to open up that pocket.
Yeah. I've seen quite a few players trying to play this shot this weekend and pot the ball clean. So make sure you get cushion first into the yellow. And the ball in hand, you can place it anywhere you want.
See, I would be probably using the red to the left of the ball she's playing now just makes it a bit easier.
Yeah.
A bit more of an acute angle doing it this way. Yeah, not quite. Yeah.
I agree. Because you could have played that almost straight and just flick the yellow on the way through, rather than play cushion first.
Yeah, you want to play it directly off the yellow.
You could have played it directly off the yellow.
Yeah, 100%. A let off for Aid.
Yeah, big one too.
And a race to 7, that could be quite crucial. Yeah, frustrating for Sarah. Felt like a great opportunity to punish another mistake from Aid. And once again level up the scores, but unfortunately giving a great opportunity for Aid to punish her mistake instead.
Daylight again restores a 2-frame lead and leads by 4 frames to 2. Yeah, good spot, Robbie. I was getting confused. I was doing it from memory. So next up on this table, Tom Cousins against Christy Coldfield, then Ian Alley against Cole Bedford. Then it's going to be Michael Hope against Chippy, and then it's the winner of Batten and Pope. Do we know the winner of that yet? Batten and Pope against the winner of Kendall and Brennan. So I assume that's Brennan.
I think that's still going on. I'll have a look.
Is it? It is. It's 7 each. So it'll be Brennan against the winner of Pope and Batten. So there's 4 more matches after this one.
I'd have probably put money on a decider on that game. It just felt like, although obviously Greg being the most informed getting to the quarterfinals, but a close rivalry game. Obviously both local players. Could be anyone's game. Yeah, great break from Aid. Very nearly went in off into that left middle, but hits the knuckle and apologises to Sarah. Nice open split here to extend her lead. Phil Harrison on stream 3 has very quickly gained a lead of 7 frames to 3 against Charlie Earnshaw, so he'll be looking to close that match out to be one of the first players into the last 16.
3 each between Becky Watkins, Daniel Randall on the other table.
Yeah, good comeback from Danielle. She was obviously 3-0 down. Declan did finish his lead against Callum Kendall.
Bit of a test of queuing here. Feels like she's chasing this one a little bit as well. These 2 reds not very accessible in the middle of the table. She needs to pot this and screw back to the middle of the table to leave an angle on the red to middle. Oh, she got a really good position. Oh, what a fluke.
Wow.
Because the cue ball was absolutely plumb. Where
Wow.
she needed it to be. That's a massive one.
Not what Sarah wants to see at this stage of the game.
The cue ball hit the knuckle of the middle pocket and landed here. Otherwise, she'd have been at the top of the table somewhere.
Yeah.
So
She's going to roll through for this red into the middle. Same pocket. She's gone through far too much.
yeah. Does she take this top corner now? Maybe forced to.
Yeah.
It's either that or she drops to middle and then plays cross table double to the corner.
I thought that. I don't know if that yellow's in the way. He's obviously playing this into the corner anyhow. Oh, double into the middle. Sarah now back to the table, but not with a great leave.
If it was me, I think I would be moving that cue ball on the right side rail. Just rub into it. I mean, what does she leave? If she leaves the cue ball where the yellow is now, what does she leave? Just push it towards the pocket. Don't pot it.
Go in.
Don't pot it.
No.
Too good.
In case people are curious on the lineup of the semi-final of event 5, straight after the Becky Watkins, Danielle Randall semis, Neil Rayburn will be playing Craig Waddingham in the first of the semi-finals, quickly followed up by Stevie Dempsey and Jaden, and the final is scheduled for 10 PM, whoever it may be.
Yeah, and between the semis and the final we'll have the ladies final.
Squeaky bum time, we call it, down our way. Not a terrible shot from Aid there. Obviously was trying to pot that yellow and play the loss of turn, but Sarah now with a good chance to...
Yeah, the yellows are on.
Just has to be careful, because she will likely kiss this yellow, just doesn't want to tie it up onto that red. Maybe play this with a bit more pace and run through for that yellow closest to it into the left middle. Well, she definitely played it with pace.
Push the red over towards the other yellow now. That might cause her a problem. Depends whether she can get enough side onto this yellow to get below the red. She wants to finish right on the bottom cushion as well, so she can stun the cue ball back out. Not sure she can get enough side onto it. May be able to.
Now, I'm not against pulling back here, but I don't think she will. I mean, it's her that's in control of this frame, and I don't think she needs to chase it. Obviously, if she just kind of tapped that yellow over that pocket, that would have really kind of put the pressure on Aid there. I thought she was likely to snooker herself here, but I thought maybe if she had a bit more distance from the red, she would have been able to play the one cushion, but because she's so close to the red, she can't do that. And again, I think it might be wise to not pot this ball. Which is what she's done. Yeah, that's a great shot. It's going to be hard for Aid to kind of get the snooker here, because obviously it's such a slick table. She plays it too soft that you might not hit a cushion, and she could very, very easily hit this too hard and run the cue ball through. She played it well. Definitely heating up. Yeah, that's worst case scenario for Sarah there.
By the way, Scott Pope beat Greg Batten in that deciding frame.
Wow.
Greg Batten been on the rough end of a couple of deciders today.
I want to say Batten was probably ahead majority of that match, so a good comeback from Scott. Some great results this weekend so far. just doing the finishing touches to extend her lead to 5 frames to 2. Another frame that you feel Sarah had control of. And unfortunately, with one unforced error by potting that red out, hitting that red out the snooker, gave AD nothing really to do to finish that frame off. Gonna need a ball off the break for Sarah if she wishes to stay in this match. Aid now only needing one more frame to get on the hill to get through to her, what may be her maiden semi-final.
Very clever little cannon there by Sarah. Couldn't get to the potting angle. Found a way to pot it. Not a lot of reward. Big frame this one. Has to keep Aid off the hill.
Yeah, 5-3. You're still in this match. You're only a 1 breaker serve away from definitely coming back. But 6 frames to 2 will definitely be a struggle for Sarah. It's a good shot from Sarah.
Yeah, but fairly simple return, I think. If I made here, I'd put this red into the top right pocket and then play the loss of turn.
Well, the really aggressive shot, Nick, is red off yellow, to clear the black, screw into it, push the red into the yellow.
Or that.
That works too.
Yeah.
Is she on the red into the middle though? May have to just touch up here if she doesn't.
Or do you gamble and play the 3-ball plant loss of turn? No, you don't. Well, the 8-ball's still tied up. I think I'd probably just roll the dice here. I wouldn't be playing this yellow. Take the one off the cushion, get it out into the open, flick off of it, put distance. The thing is, I mean, okay, going for the pot there, but not a massive amount of reward. The yellows are still very tricky. Aid still presented with the problem of the 8 ball. Just tried to play that a bit thicker off the yellow, just to move the yellow away. And then she's got quite the uphill battle. Pull back here for sure. Or does she? She's not. She's going full-blooded. But while this 8 ball's tied up, I think pulling back there would have been a better option. Okay, I guess she was just trying to push the ball to the pocket, so she's got a ball that she can use to try and develop the 8 ball. Maybe defensive here, just again, I like flicking off the red that's on the cushion.
Yeah.
Coming down this end of the table, just promote this ball so it's easier next time you come to the table. She could have done this earlier. Well, she's taken on the pot, that's so full-blooded. Wowee.
Like I said, a 1 ball potting is a strong point.
It is, but there's so much still to do. Even if you get that yellow, there's so much work still to do. You know, what do you do with this yellow that's next to the 8 ball? I think a safety there. Force Aid's hand.
Yeah, I mean, this just seems.
I think all you've got here is play the yellow into the red, yellow off red, screw the cue ball across into the 8 ball and try and develop. If you're going to go full-blooded, you have to go.
Yeah, it's strange. I mean, if you were going to play a container shot like that, you know, you would have done that the very first shot, if not the shot before.
That's
you know,
right. That was my point, because you've still got yellows on the table that you can use to try and develop the situation. But you know, you could see even there, you know, she played that shot gently. The yellow was heading towards the pocket. She plays that with pace. You know, screw the cue ball into the 8 ball. I know, you know, it's a lot tougher shot, and there's risk to it. But I think, you know, at some point, I know that 8 ball being there is a safety net for her, but she's not the one that needs a safety net. You know, Aid's more than happy just to keep pushing balls. Like, Aid doesn't need to push her boat out here. She's 3 frames ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
it's Sarah that needs to make the plays.
I'm a big believer before you do anything, you know, you need to decide in what you're committing to do. You know, if you're going to attack, commit to it, go for it. You know, play the yellow off the red and try get the black out. And whereas if you from day one going to play a defensive shot, then do it straight away. All you're doing by potting those 2 yellows is just taking balls off the table that, you know, give you an advantage by them staying on. And she's been a bit unfortunate there, obviously trying to play a bit of a containing shot and going in off, but hasn't quite given the frame away just yet. Aid will be playing a shot, containing shot here. Dare I say, is she playing the loss of turn? Or just a little touch up?
Loss of turn's a big ask on that shot, I think, yeah. Well, she's tried to develop the red at the top of the table, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Just to get it off the cushion. Like where it is, it's useless. She can't use that ball to develop the 8, so she needs to get that ball off the cushion.
Yeah.
To use it as a shot that she can use to develop.
Yeah, could quickly turn into a game of chess here. The Becky Watkins, Daniel Randall semis looking to get very interesting if anyone wants to go over and watch it. It's 4 frames all. Unsure on the match clock, but I can hear it's 15 seconds, so it's obviously coming towards the end.
Yeah, there's not long left. While Aid's thinking about this, oh, I was going to say let's have a look, but it's not on screen. Because the frame just finished. We'll go back and have a look in a second. It's a bit too small for me to see.
Yeah.
When they put it back on the screen, I'll wing it over here so we can have a look at how much time's left on that one.
Yeah, Becky just took out a great black to go ahead again. 5 frames to 4. Surprised that Aid just potted the other red earlier. You know, you feel that the more reds on the table, the better, because what Sarah could do here is pop this yellow in the middle and then kind of touch it up, kind of just play the yellow. Yeah, she was definitely trying to pop that there. It's not the end of the world.
No. Just quickly look at this clock. Oh, 45 seconds. Well, looks like Becky's won that one. She's going to take her time over what she sees there.
Yeah, she'll be over the moon. Beating Danielle there.
Now, do you send it? Do you cut this in and send the cue ball up? It's a fairly natural angle, I think, to go side cushioning. And, you know, if you can get in between the 8 ball and the yellow, is it worth the risk?
I don't think so. As we can hear, Becky Watkins has completed a victory against Danielle Randall to be the first finalist in the Women Pro Series Event 5. Like we said earlier, that'll be very, very handy with her hopes to keep being world #1. Aid very fortunate there by kissing that yellow into that middle.
Do you know what? I think I just bump into the yellow here, the one at the top of the table.
You want to try and get it away from that middle if you can.
Well, no, the one at the top of the table. Just I think the one over the middle.
Oh,
is fine.
really? Okay.
But just bump into it and just get it out half a ball, so it's accessible. I know it's a tricky little shot, but you're leaving distance, and you know,
yeah,
she's going to be hamper cueing.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that, because what Aid can do is she can just kind of roll. Yeah, what she's looking here. She wants to leave Sarah basically straight on that yellow. She's actually looking at the cocked out as well.
The thing is, Sarah needs to put pressure on Aid's shots. Like, get pressure on the shot. And if that yellow is out,
yeah, that's a fantastic shot. See, the pressure's now flipped. That's such a good shot.
Wow.
See, I think Sarah, what she needs to do is she needs to play this yellow that's on the rail at the top, full in the face, and kiss that red onto that right-hand rail and leave the white on the rail.
Yep.
Obviously, this is on the assumption that it's not touching the cushion.
Yep.
She can pot this ball and then do that, but I like leaving the ball there. Yeah, that seemed very, very risky there. I get she's trying to make something happen, but unfortunately gone in off, giving Aid ball in hand. She may drop this in, she might screw back. It looks like she's dropping it in. Yeah. Not the easiest of black. She's not completely straight on it, but she'll be comfortable potting this, I'm sure. Which she has done so. Aid now on the hill, 6 frames to 2. Troubling times for Sarah. It's another frame that you feel that she had control of. Obviously unfortunate it's going off there, but it was always the risk when you stun into that area so close to the corner. As Nick said earlier, got a great matchup on this table after this match in Tom Cousins and Christy Caulfield. I'll be taking a break personally on the comms, and you'll have a surprise guest, which Nick will obviously announce. once that game's on, which I imagine will be fairly quickly after. Might hopefully be back on the comms later this evening.
Well, I wish you all the very best of luck, I guess. Becky Watkins through into the Women's Pro Series final, and we have got plenty coming up still. We'll see
Yeah, it's another powerful break from Aid there.
Sarah Wade later on.
Deserved the ball, which she's now got. And what a great layout this is. First opportunity to finish off the match here and get herself into a maiden final, which won't be an easy task. Obviously Becky beating a good player in that, a good player in Daniel Randall. So if your first maiden final, the world #1 would not be your preferred choice, but she'll be happy to be in the final nonetheless. Saying this, you know, when I thought she was probably going to go yellows, but she's opted for reds and not left herself particularly nice. Don't know if she can get through to that red that's on the rail on the left-hand side in bulk area. Might have to play some sort of plant here. Wow, she's actually ended up hitting the black. Potentially was trying to swerve that and caused the cue ball to deviate in towards the black. Sarah now with a good chance to keep herself within this match. Not the easiest of layouts. Obviously you've got the issue of the yellow at the very top of the table, which it looks like she's either trying to promote or maybe move the red or land onto the red to get position for it, which she has done, but in doing so she's actually blocked the other yellow on the top right hand side. And not only that, you have the yellow on the left side of the table, which isn't too nice. I think she's going to be playing this into the corner now. Yeah, Tom Cousins and Christie will be on next, Paulie Paul, so interestingly, on the main TV table, following the end of the first ladies semi-final, we have our first Pro Event 5 men's semi-final between Neil Raybone and Craig Waddenham, in what will be a blockbuster. If you'd like to watch that, obviously head over to ultimatepool.tv or on the app. Get your subscription and watch that. I'll just see how the other stream tables are getting on. Obviously, as I said earlier, Phil Harrison was 7-3 up on Charlie Earnshaw. Just see if he managed to seal the deal. He did, 8-3. So on stream table 3, we have Christophe Lambert and Chris Day starting off their match. Aid now with a great chance to finish this match off now on the Red Bulls, taking out the two more difficult in the finish. Should be dot to dot for Aid. These are the finishes that she's been getting out throughout the whole tournament. Obviously along the way beating one of the favourites in Amy Beauchamp. And to be honest, I have to feel for Sarah there. Had two great chances in the first two frames, obviously going in off the black in the very first, and maybe had 2 or 3 more chances to kind of keep herself within the match. Unfortunately, the mistakes were punished by Aid, which is what's caused such a high lead. So just got to put the finishing touches now. Just going to stun this cue ball back an inch or two, or maybe even roll it forward for the middle. Looks like she's going to be stunning back. Yep, and a routine black now to get herself into a maiden final against the world #1, Becky Watkins.
She's been good for the win as well. I mean, I don't think the scoreline really shows, you know, what Sarah did there. She played well, really well in spells.
Yep.
But Aid again, just a really solid performance by her. She didn't make too many errors. In fact, probably just made a few less errors, and that's the difference in the scoreline. It looks comfortable, 7 frames to 2. It probably wasn't that comfortable there. As you say, Becky Watkins in the final.
Yeah,
What match that's going to be against Aid.
Aid knows she's going to probably have to up her performance to compete against Becky, but she did do that against champs in the round before. Again, Sarah will be disappointed there, but I think in hindsight she will be happy with a semi-final run.
Up next, a blockbuster between Tom Cousins and Christy Caulfield. Join us for that action. See you later, Alex. Cheers, mate. Good evening and welcome back to the action from Table 2. And we're back into the Pro Series 6 and the last 32. This match between Tom Cousins and Christy Colford promises to be a really good game. Christy is an absolute firecracker around the table. We can expect some excitement here for sure. Tom Cousins has been a mixed bag this weekend. He put in an incredible performance earlier to beat Ben Doyle 8-0. And we'll be looking to do more of the same here, but yesterday wasn't quite on such good form. So it should be a really interesting game this, and it's Nick Finn on comms again. I've got a new partner in crime for this match. I'm sure many of you will recognise Cohen Bradford from his social media and well, many other things from your pool playing, and just back from a trip to Kansas City as well, where you had some real success over there, didn't you? Made the final of the junior event.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. It was a good new experience for me. Like you say, made the final, so definitely wanting to go back in November to North Carolina for the national finals, I think it is.
Let's see, in the Open as well, there was did you go a couple rounds deep in there? I saw you push one of the big names right to the wire.
Yeah, I topped my group 3 out of 3, and I won my last one 28 games 7-1, and then I played Chase Stumful.
That's right.
He beat me 7-6.
Yeah. And, you know, he's a big name over there as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a very good player.
So that's a excellent first weekend away. So you're looking to go over for the nationals in November?
Yeah, definitely. Trying to get Kyle Cope to come with me and go in the doubles, because I think there's a doubles event there as well.
Yeah. Amazing. Look forward to that. So what's your take on this game?
I feel like the American thing, it's just learning how the cue ball reacts, because obviously the cue ball goes, when you topspin it goes through like this English 8 ball, it stops and then goes, where in America, because obviously the heavier balls and cue balls are the same size as the object balls, it goes through like a snooker cue ball, and angles off like cushions, it's just basically just giving yourself a shot, because they are very big up rails. So
yeah.
it's just a game of angles and potting, and the break is massive.
And you're playing on the Challenger for Ultimate Pool. Just started this season, am I right in thinking?
No. I'm in the elite section, but I've been playing on this for 2 years now.
Oh, have you?
Yeah,
okay.
I had 2024, I was in Tier 2, and I won an event, so I come 6th out of however many
I
it
do
was.
remember that.
And then I got pushed up to Tier 1.
Yeah.
Last year I missed 2 events, unfortunately, to be on the family holiday in America, so I didn't come near the top 8. And then this year is the year I want to turn pro. Obviously, I think I want at the same age now as Jaden Billingham and Charlie Earnshaw when they turned pro.
Yeah.
So ideally I want to turn pro for 2027.
Top 16, aren't you? 14th in the rankings?
Yeah, 14th at the minute,
14th.
and I topped my group this weekend. Well, unfortunately, I had a few dropouts, so I only had to play one game, but I won my last 128 at 1 p.m. today, 6-2 against Jake Cooper. So I'll have a 12 it is tomorrow. I'll play in the last 64.
Nice, nice. Good run this weekend, pushes you right up into the rankings then.
Yeah, definitely. It would definitely help. I was gutted to lose in the quarterfinals at the last event because I felt like, not saying I was lucky, but everything was falling right for me. I was braking well. I don't think I went dry for 3 rounds on the trot, and in the quarters I missed a silly 8 ball, and then once you miss that, your brakes start going dry. Everything just, you get punished for a mistake.
Hopefully see you in this main arena next season. Recreate what Jaden's been doing over the last couple of years. It's just a phenom, isn't he?
Oh, he's incredible.
We were just talking about him a couple of minutes ago off air. Jaden will be in action on the main arena table. There's the first semi-final ongoing at the moment where Neil Raybone and Craig Waddingham have shared the first 2 frames. Raybone had a great chance to go 2-0, miss the 8 ball, but I did see that Waddingham was just broken off in frame 3 and sent the cue ball off the table. So we'll keep a close eye on that one to see who gets through, who's the first one through to the final, the second semi-final between Stevie Dempsey and the aforementioned Jaden. For us, we'll be focusing on this match between TC, current number 1, but lots of people snapping at his heels at the moment. Obviously missed the event down in Daventry, going over to Kansas City, and I think Deck Brennan pulled a few points on him, but I think the way it currently stands is Deck is very, very close. So Tom needs a good run in this second event of the weekend. He's off to a good start here, won the first frame against Christie, and on a clearance here in frame 2. And it should be fairly simple from here.
Yeah, punished an uncharacteristic miss from Christie. Decided to go for reds and missed the first ball and left the layout for Tom. And he's got a good opportunity here to go 2-0 up. Oh, do you reckon he's on that one in the corner?
I think he can just get through to it. Find out in just a second. He's given it a quizzical look, so maybe he can.
I'm unsure what he's played there, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to pull back and leave the red that he's closest to the middle, but he's just got into it a bit too much. The obvious, I mean, if the yellow wasn't over the middle pocket, then the obvious way to go around it would have been to pot that's such a good recovery. Yeah, it would have been to pot the one to bottom right and then play right centre, but he obviously can't do that with the yellow being there, so needs one more good shot here.
Just screw onto the left-hand side rail near the yellow over the middle pocket. Just give yourself a shot here. That looks good.
Brilliant. Couldn't have played that any better. He's left a straight 8 ball. It's going to be 2-0 in favour of Tom Cousins, and a man that must be super confident at the moment off the back of a good money match win over in the States against Justin Bergman. Obviously a slightly different format, but so any big win like that just gives you a spring in your step. Were you over there for that match?
Yeah, I was there. I was watching Tom versus Justin. Tom, I think, went 11-1 up. He was definitely 8-0 up.
Yeah.
I think it was 11-1. He was brilliant. Just punished. Justin just went dry in and off for all his opening breaks, and Tom punished every opportunity.
Christie.
Big break there.
Very close to losing the cue ball in the middle. He put absolutely everything into that. What's your favour here?
Because of that yellow on the top rail, you've probably got to go reds.
Yeah. I mean, all the reds have a pocket. It's just this one that's sandwiched between the 8 ball and the yellow.
So you could use that for the 8 ball into the middle pocket.
Yeah. I guess the only He's going to go yellows. I think the only question is, drop them both in. Needed that ball to stay up, I think.
Yeah. Probably going to have to leave that yellow at the top now to get on the 8 ball, but...
I think the only thing in his mind would be that the red sandwich between the yellow and the 8 ball we mentioned only really goes into right centre. How do you get across there from any of these balls? So I think that's why he's favoured yellows, but he needs a good shot here. He needs to come out in his favour. Now does that pass
into the top right, and
the
then
top right. Top left's no good because the cue ball is running into the reds and he can't get it top of table unless he can cut it to middle and just miss the cannon on the red, send the cue ball up to the top of the table, but he's really going to have to dig in it, take the pace out of the ball, and it must go to top right.
Good shot.
Oh, that's a great shot. That's so well controlled. Play this trace of left-hand side just to come down. Is it coming down the right side of the table? No, it's just a little bit of check, just come into this gap. Keep it simple. Oh, wow.
Wipes its feet, but 2-1.
Yeah, it gets a frame on the board, and that'll settle him down to an extent. Looks pretty chilled. Sat in his chair. I think he's feeling the heat like the rest of us. It is sweltering in this venue. I have to tell you, the only place that's got aircon is
the bar.
The bar and the pro room. Those are the only 2 rooms that have got any aircon. I've frequented both. Tried to stay away from the bar, but too much temptation there.
Doesn't tempt me, I'm too young.
Yeah, true, yeah.
Oh.
Crunch the pack. We did see him yesterday using the cut break quite often, but he's absolutely put that behind him today, and every break's been front ball, full power. He lost the cue ball there straight into the top pocket, and Christie going to go straight after this 8 ball.
Break the bad ball out as soon as possible, and then we're all there for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Lesson for everyone. Get your bad ball out immediately. That looks perfect.
Yeah, nice controlled shot there from Christie.
Yeah, judge that pace to perfection. So easy to underhit and leave it on the cushion or overhit it and send it past the middle pocket, but that was brilliant. Looks like the 2 balls on the side cushion, fairly dead set plant. I think the second one is just a couple of mil off, but can easily be made, especially in these pockets. Just depends when you decide to take it.
Keep running down the table. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. Take out these balls first. You want to pop this clean and leave the 8 ball where it is.
Yeah, you don't want to flick off the 8, do you?
No. Plenty of pocket to do that, I think. You can just dribble this in. Which he does. Dead weight. And that plant pretty much accessible from anywhere on the table as well, so it doesn't need to do anything extravagant with the cue ball. You want to take the plant next. I don't think you want to take the ball on the right hand side, just in case the ball you're planting onto goes awkward.
Yeah, just roll this in, play the plant, and then bring the white back across the table.
Yeah.
Play the one in open play, go back to the rail, and then 8 balls over the middle pocket.
I think he's looking at where he wants to be for his next shot. I think he's literally just going to play a stop shot. Is he eyeing up this ball to the right? No, he's definitely going to take the plant now. Has to be. Because if the first ball sticks,
playing the one in open play, I think.
Well, he is, but say for me that's the only way it can go wrong, because I think he's going to be fine, but if that first ball goes a bit smelly, you've always got that other ball as a backup.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I think he's fine, especially from this angle. I don't think he can avoid to be on it, but there is a possibility that it could go wrong.
Like there, you know, if he DXL'd a little bit, obviously the cue ball goes higher onto the top rail, and it's...
And this is what I mean, if that other ball's there, he's got an easy
fail.
finish, and now, I mean, he should still be fine, but this is much thinner than he wanted it to be. Yeah, he's perfect.
Alright, stopped up in time.
Yeah. I mean, every player sees it a bit different, but like I say, I think, you know, a more steady player, someone like Tom or Waddingham or someone like that would have taken the plant first, knowing that you've got that
backup.
yeah, you've got that backup. Whereas, you know, if that red had just stayed, you know, even quarter of an inch closer to the cushion, he didn't have the cut.
No, definitely not. Yeah, I know exactly where you're coming from, and I would have gone the way that you suggested.
I mean, it's been super critical. I mean, it's easy from here. Everyone sees it differently, and certainly when you're at the table. Gets the job done anyway. 2 frames each.
I do like this venue, to be fair, though. It's different. I like how the arena table is. Obviously, you've got room every single side. You don't feel congested in there either.
I think this is the perfect venue for an event in October when it's called.
I totally agree.
The trouble is, because it's on the Loughborough Uni campus, I'm assuming that they can only hold these kind of events here during summer holidays, I guess, because all the students are going to be on campus any other time of the year.
Good control that. Oh,
that's so unlucky.
Oh, it's just disgusting, that is.
As you were saying,
Look at the reds.
Great control of the cue ball, sending it straight back up the table. To get a flick and just go at a right angle into the pocket, it's just such a freak.
Yeah, that was disgusting. I respect breaks like that. Obviously, I think Jack Whelan's got the best break. Obviously, there's a lot of power, but the control is incredible as well. Straight back up the table, and that's something I've practiced more than anything, is my break, because obviously even in people think obviously if you're a pro it's massive, but the elite section is just as big. The break is massive in the elite section. Obviously they do make 1 or 2 more hours more than pros, but the break is still a key thing to go on at the top end of the elites anyway. People like Connor Treacy and people like that, you can't be going dry and leaving rollings, because he's going to get them like 99% of the time.
We had the conversation a little bit on comms yesterday, and we were saying that, you know, some players, when you watch Greg Batten, really precise about where he puts that cue ball, and more so Christophe Lambert, he's almost OCD. You'll see him adjust it 3 or 4 times to make sure it's exactly where he wants it to be, but it's a break that he repeats time and time again. And when you find success with something, like, you know, a club player is just going to plonk the ball down, and it might be at half an inch or an inch, 2 inches different every time it goes onto the table.
Yeah.
And obviously that creates variance, and if you find something that's working for you, the break's very much about consistency, and whilst there's always going to be a little bit of luck involved, you have to try and create that consistency by doing the same thing every time. And I think it's great when the players are very much like really OCD about exactly where they want to be and exactly the right spot.
Yeah, well, I always switch between either the break up and practicing, which is what Jack Whelan does, is literally dead straight and aim to hit the ball as full on as possible and bring it straight back to my hand. But some tables obviously break different, so I have practiced a cut break as an alternative, but most of the time I'd lead with a top ball break. But obviously we've seen Tom do it as well. He switches to the cut break now and then.
Yeah. And even players, you know, like Chris Melling, who said they would never cut break. Quite often see him do it nowadays.
Yeah, he does that, yeah.
And he's got such a massive front ball break. In the meantime, Tom Cousins taking advantage of that very unfortunate break from Christy Coldfield. And Christy will be very annoyed, because having pulled back to 2 each, you know, if he keeps the cue ball on the table there, he is kind of 95% to make that clearance himself and be 3-2 ahead. But now Tom with that breaker serve again, he's breaking in the necks, and now Christie's reliant on Tom making a mistake. Otherwise he's 2 behind again. And with Tom, you've got to stay there, you've got to stay in touch. Other games currently being played. Justin Astley's 5-3 up against Don Cooney, and Chris Day's 3-1 against Christophe Lambert. Phil Harrison beat Charlie Earnshaw in frames to 3 earlier on. This is the last 32.
Oh no.
Wow.
Is that 3 and offs now?
Yeah. Yeah.
If that red goes to the top left, you don't mind them reds, do you?
No, not at all.
I think it does as well,
Yep.
where he plays the cue ball.
So don't forget, following this match is going to be Ian Alley against Cole Bedford. What a game that is. And then Sean Chipperfield against Michael Hope. And we finish off with Scott Pope against Declan Brennan. So we've got loads of fantastic action coming away on this table. Over on the other table, they're playing out the semi-finals from event 5, where it's 2 each at the moment between Neil Rayburn and Craig Waddingham. Following that's going to be the other semi-final between Dempsey and Billingham, and then they'll have the ladies final and the final from men's Pro 5.
Roll on, roll off for me tomorrow. 1 game for me today it was, so just thought I'd join you on commentary as I've got nothing to do.
Yeah.
Just come back from just went to an ostentatious dessert place in the city centre of Loughborough. Treated myself for winning the 128 against Jake Cooper. To a Kinder Bueno milkshake.
Oh, one of my favourites. Wish I'd known. Was it good?
Really nice, yeah. Went for a Nando's, and then across the road went to the dessert place.
Love a milkshake. Love a Five Guys milkshake.
Yeah.
That guy, I can't remember who he is either Beard Meat Food or someone like that. Where every time he goes to Five Guys, he gets a, I mean, it sounds disgusting, but bear with me. Bacon, peanut butter, and Oreo milkshake.
Yeah.
Sounds disgusting. Bry Moss and I and the other ref who does all the Mosconi now. My brain's failing me.
I ain't got a clue.
Does all the Mosconi Cup, does all the matchroom stuff.
Is that another in-off, by the way?
Yeah. Yeah. I'll get the name in a minute, but I was having the same conversation. They said, that sounds disgusting. I said, try it. And they said, okay, we'll give it a go. They tried it and they went, that is the best thing ever.
Bacon, peanut butter and
Oreo milkshake.
From Five
Guys.
I'm very plain Jane when it comes to milkshakes. I have chocolate milkshake from Five Guys, and yeah, don't get me wrong, it's expensive. I think it's £5.75. Yeah. But it is incredible, like you say.
Yeah, there's a competitive eater, Beard Meats Food on YouTube. It's got a massive following, like several million, I think.
It's crazy what you can do on social media if you just post random stuff.
Yeah, he goes around the world like taking on these food challenges. It's ridiculous the amount of food he can eat, and he introduced me to the Five Guys bacon, peanut butter and Oreo. As I say, don't knock it till you tried it. For all you folks at home, it's epic. This is crazy, the breaks not working out for either of them. Sometimes you see one player, but not both. Say 4 in-offs, and presented with fairly simple chances every time. And TC is going to retake the lead here. Christie will be so frustrated. You know, you think about it, okay, you know, Tom's been going on in off as well, but if Christie keeps those last 2 breaks on the table, he could easily be going 5-1 with this frame, 5-1 ahead.
Definitely. What stage is the Pro 6 at? Is this what round?
Semi-finals.
I mean, what's this one? Tom's in?
Oh,
this
in 6. Sorry,
Yeah.
this is last 32.
last
Sorry.
32?
Yeah. Just needs to good cue ball here. Stunning around 2 cushions for this yellow. Oh, played a lovely little soft shot.
Played it nicely.
That's
Yeah.
delightful. And he played it with a side. You know, other players would have played that with not quite so much side, and then you bring that 8 ball into play. You know, possibly going behind it, but he narrowed out that angle and took all the danger out of the shot. So good.
Yeah, very well controlled there from Tom.
Retakes the lead. Someone on chat asking, what's the biggest money match you've played, Cohen?
Oh, I don't like to do money matches, if I'm honest with you, but I've only ever played one, and it was against Ashton Atkinson, another young player. He's just older than me by like a year, I think, but I beat him on a decider 25-24 at the club he sponsors me, Potter Snooker and Pool Club in Swaddingcote. Went 5-0 down, and I won 25-24, so got over the line, held my nerve.
What was the pot for that one?
£5,000, I think. But yeah, like I say, I went 5-0 down, and I normally class myself as a steady player to hold myself together, but at 5-0 down, I felt nervous, if I'm honest with you, and I've not felt nervous in anything. In the singles world final, when I played Jake Castaldi back in 2024 in Malta in front of all his fans, I felt settled there. But in that money match, it's different. You're playing for people's money, and you don't want to let them down. So yeah, I did feel nervous to start, and then I managed to get to 8-all, I think. So from 5-0 down, I managed to get to a decent scoreline, and once I got to a certain stage, even though it went to a decider, I thought, yeah, I would say everyone has opinions of who's better, At this age, 17, everyone's just, kids are all, I'm better than you. It's very, very petty, really, but Ashton is a decent lad, to be fair, so yeah.
Tom wants to go yellows here. He's having a close look to see whether that 8 ball passes red. He's decided that it must, because he has taken yellows. Reds weren't bad, they were an option. But I think the yellows are the better layout.
He just shows some facial expressions there. I don't think it does pass, or it's definitely tight.
I mean, if it doesn't pass, why go yellows? Because I mean, the reds were on. He had an opener on reds. Okay, you know, he
Get
had
on the 8 ball, will be a bit tough on red zone.
Yeah, there is that.
I suppose he can always afford to bump into it, like, soon. One into the middle now.
I think the 8 ball squeezes past that red. Hard to see from here, but the red set to the top of the left knuckle as we look at it. I think there's a gap there. But as you say, he's got options to be able to give it a bump, or even take the red out of play if he wants to. Maybe try to leave an angle there.
Yeah.
I don't think the yellow that's closer passes the other one. He could use that to play a cannon. We're going to find out now if it does pass, but it must. Yeah, that 8 ball must go. Otherwise he'd have done something with it there, or done something with the red. Lots of people joining us. Welcome to the second evening, Saturday evening, Ultimate Pool in Loughborough, on Loughborough University campus, in a fantastic venue where we've got 115 tables and 1,000 players doing battle over 27 different events. Just incredible this weekend. And if you've got any questions for Cohen, fire them into the chat. The other thing I would ask from you, please, if you would be so kind to give this stream a thumbs up. If you don't know where it is, it's just below the viewing panel.
Oh,
Flew in,
yeah. Made out like it didn't go. Thomas George.
Yeah, 161 people who like the stream so far. Get us over 200, please.
It's good going, that.
I always ask, but you know, over 800 people watching. Just give us that thumbs up. Let us know that you're there. And if you've got a moment, then click that right arrow, copy the stream and share it into social media. There's lots of people who would enjoy the evening's action. You probably don't know what's going on. I often see people say, is there a stream for this? There's so many people that don't realise that we're live over this weekend. Stick it in your social medias and let them know. And they can enjoy it along with us.
Decided to go for the cut break there, Christie. Didn't fancy going in off again. What are you thinking, reds?
Yeah,
Just
I mean the
because
yellow,
of that yellow,
yellow below the 8 ball's a real problem. I think he can get through to this one to bottom left. Don't like the plant to middle because that's very awkward. I think he has to take this on, even if he's got to just turn it over a little bit. Flew in, he was fine. I think he's just come far enough for the red to middle. If he hasn't, then he's got the one up the right-hand side rail and then work his way back down the table. He's asked the referee just to pause the clock a second because there's someone over on the next table.
I'm trying to think. Christoph versus Christo.
Yeah, Christo is 6-1 up against Christoph Lambert.
Wow.
Some scoreline.
It's a good start.
Justin Astley 6-5 against Dom Cooney. Justin, another new pro who has had a scattering of really good results, but without making a really deep run.
Made this pot harder.
Hasn't he ever? Cannon on the yellow to pull the pace out the cue ball, and he needs to cue this well. Tough shot.
Come across it there, aren't he?
Tom, he'll go after these for sure with the ball to bottom right, but he does have that yellow below the 8 ball. I just wonder whether, has Christie pushed that red into a place where...
I was about to say that.
Yeah, could Tom maybe pop that yellow off the red? I think the 8 ball's probably just in the way of that, but if he has, then he's looking at it straight away. That's horrible horrible luck for Christie if that shot is on. He's having another look at it. You know, it's the only place on the table that's even a possibility. So to go there, it's just hard lines. Because that, I mean, it's not an easy ball to move, because if you try and move it below, there's all that traffic above. It's hard to move from above because you've got all that traffic.
Yeah.
So, and that's why he's looking so closely to see if he can pot it.
That must go into the top right.
He's moving this. He's left an angle.
He's going to have to go into it with a bit of pace.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't really control this in any way.
Unless he does play a very gentle pace, just.
I think he's still
full ball
able to play it off the red. Or he's tried to.
Yeah, I think he's tried to play like a really subtle shot where
just flicks it out and then it'll go.
You just flick it into the gap.
Yeah.
But that's, I mean, it's such a hard shot to get that exactly right.
You've obviously got to get the pace right, and you've got to get the cannon right.
And now it's a really tough ball to move.
You could play off 2 rails with this yellow here. Try and move it again. No, he's decided not to do that.
Yeah, I think he's left the ball in the middle of the table for that exact purpose, just to be able to extract this yellow. But he's underhit this by a bit of a distance. The 8 ball's too far away from the pocket to play yellow off 8 ball to play that cannon, so he's going to have to pull one out the bag here.
I've had some comments on YouTube. Oh,
tried it again.
He's second favourite now, is Tom. Does Cohen think the Earth is flat or round? Round.
What's the rules in international? All I've ever played is black ball. I'm not sure the question. I mean, they're international rules, so I mean, there's a few subtle differences. It's not massive. I mean, you've got a loss of turn shot And ball in hand is one shot from anywhere on the table. They're fairly, there's quite a lot of videos around actually. If you watch some of the IRO videos, they talk you through the different rules.
Tom won't be happy with that. Probably wanted the two frame cushion there.
Is that a question for you from Tom Elliott? And how did Derby County's defeat last week to local rivals Burton Albion set up for the new season? Are the alarm bells ringing? That's got to be aimed at you, hasn't it?
Yeah, Burton Albion are definitely not rivals of Derby. Statenhall Swans are bigger rivals for Derby than Burton Albion.
Ben McKay says we are here.
All right, Ben.
I don't know where here is, but you're more than welcome. Has he decelled that? I mean, he's miles away from where he needed to be. He's left a massive angle.
Still into the yellow end. Has he got caught up the rail? That's what he's played. Hard a little shot, to be fair, if he's left himself a shot.
This is skinny. This is really skinny. If it's too thin, he's got an option maybe for a cocked hat. I think maybe the yellow's in the way of that though. Fag paper thin.
Oh. They left the pocket open as well for Tom.
No. Always a danger there. I mean, if you hit that thin and leave it over the pocket, you give yourself a massive advantage, because Tom then has to do something with that yellow, but leaving it open is just a gift.
Middle pocket, middle pocket.
Going to catch a knuckle.
He's all right there.
Yeah.
Just looking at the other scoreline, I think, what's that, Neil Rayburn 5-3 upon Craig Waddingham?
He is, yeah.
Craig's currently at the table. Tom Cousins 5-3 up.
I think Christie's going to be really frustrated with this game, because he could so easily be ahead. And he's had chances, but just been a little bit smelly, a couple of in-offs. He'll still feel that he's in this, as even just these 2 frames behind. It's not been absolutely classic Tom Cousins. Christie's still getting chances. Tom's lost the cue ball a couple of times, caused himself a couple of problems. Quite sure what happened in that last frame though with Christie. I don't know if it was a D-cell, but
Good break there from Tom.
yeah, that's classic Cousins, bit of a monster. Reds look decent.
Are you getting up on time in the morning, Cohen, or are you getting an Uber? Well, this morning, if you want to take the mick out of me a little bit, I was a minute late, so my dad drove off and I had to get an Uber.
Oh no.
Yeah, well, he was the top of the draw, and I was at the bottom of the last 128 of the elite section, and he decided to leave me, so £35 it was for a half-an-hour journey in an Uber. It's given me a little bit of an incentive to win the elite, so I can make my money back. I think it's £6,000 if I win the elite, so definitely worth winning.
Yeah, decent money.
It's more the trying to achieve the pro status for me as something I've aimed for. Craig Waddingham, 8 ball, 5-4 now.
Darren James, hello to all of the team from Plymouth Legends Lounge. Great to have you watching.
Oh,
I hope you're all doing really well.
Thomas.
I know, that's what I mean. It's just a few uncharacteristic mistakes, and this is where Christie needs to pounce. It's not over yet.
He can play the red off the red in the top right.
Yeah.
Or the plant.
The plant, yeah, I think he is fairly straight behind the plant. It's makeable. Scoreboard's not updated. I've had a few problems with it over the weekend, so the score is actually 5 frames to 3 in favour of Cousins.
Wants to get his tip out of the way, eh? Oh, he's played it well. What a shot.
Again, super recovery.
Yeah, that one passes as well.
There's a couple of times now where Christie would have been fancying himself to come back to the table and Tom shut the door on him. Again, it won't lighten the mood, it'll just make him even more frustrated. Controlled that pace really well. And again, subtle little shots, but Q always pinpoint. Ever heard the name Lee Anderson? Definitely have. Lee Anderson from Blackpool, if that's the one you mean. He used to play for UP. Certainly saw him at quite a few of the Blackpool events a couple of years ago.
6-3 Tom Cousins. Is that Gary's brother?
Need a super player from, as I say, from around Blackpool. First met him a long time ago, from probably Golden 8 Ball or one of those events up at Loughborough.
He wants to be winning this frame, Christie. There'll be a lot of frustration going into this break. Oh. Did he get a ball? Is it dry?
Yeah, it's dry. Breaks just let him down in a major way.
Kimberley Pride. It's not 7-3, but it could be if he...
6-3, I think.
It is 6-3, yeah. Scoreboard needs updating.
I mean...
Could be 7-3 in about 2 minutes.
You might be right. You might be right. She's got a fancy Tom to get these. Maybe just predicting the future. Big crowd watching this. A lot of people down there interested. Also a big crowd around the main arena table. A lot of people down there.
How's
I can see Jaden Billingham watching on the first semi-final. He's at the back of the arena.
Oh yeah.
Just mentally preparing himself for his semi-final.
What's the update on Christoph versus Chris Day?
Let's have a look. 7-3 in favour of Chris Day.
Tom's played yet another loose one where he's landed in between, so he might have to play another plant to pull himself out.
Do you know Jaden fairly well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've played England with Jaden. Played the blackboard rules side with Jaden.
He always seems cool as a cucumber. I mean, it's just the way he comes across.
Yeah, he's very chill. He's got a good head on his shoulders.
I mean, we were talking about it earlier. He's like ice runs through his veins or something, because every time I see him, even now, he's wearing some kind of underbody garment and then a shirt over the top. It is boiling in here.
Yeah. He could go to Saudi Arabia in a puffer jacket.
Yeah.
I know what he's like.
Would he be feeling the nerves going into that semi-final? Is he
can't
just
imagine.
No. Just takes it in his stride now.
And yeah, he never ever looks bothered. He won't be feeling it at all. He's got the confidence, and it wouldn't surprise me if he's thinking, I'm favourite to win this.
The thing is, as well, like, in that way, he's like Cousins in that Cousins just has got that, almost like that don't care attitude. You know, win or lose,
yeah.
he's just so relaxed about it. And if he's walking away from the table, you wouldn't have a clue if he's just won or he's just been beat. Whereas other players are punching a wall, I mean, or floating on air or fist pumping. You know, you don't see that from Tom.
Oh, God. Christie's forfeit.
That is a forfeit, because that is, unless I got the score wrong, I'm sure that. 8. We missed something there because it was 8-3.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. So we got that entirely wrong, and we've got to apologise to Kimberley, who said it was 7-3. She was absolutely right. Yeah, Christie broke first. Paul said the same. Think it's 7-3. Apologies, we're just as confused as you with the scoreboard freezing on us. So apologies for that. But a great win by Tom Cousins.
Yeah, very well played, Tom.
And don't forget, next matchup on this table, Cole Bedford against Ian Alley. What a game that is on paper. Should be an absolute cracker.
Always good to watch Cole.
Yeah, definitely. Really appreciate you joining me on comms.
No
Thanks
worries,
very much. Did a great job for your,
Thank
for
you
your
very
first go at it as well. Really
Thank you.
good. Pleasure to hear from you. And we'll be back with the action in just a few minutes. We're going to reset things here. Join us.
It was 7-3, but I'm waiting for him to give me the thumbs up to say when the stream, when he's finished. Yeah, but it's still showing 4-3. Okay. Just refresh that tablet and then there won't be no. Refresh the tablet. Oh yeah, that's right. It was 8-3. It was 8-3. Yeah, that one's already on Amargo.
Well, that was a quick turnaround on this table. And Ian Alley and Cole Bedford straight back in amongst it. I expect a quick fire game. Both of these players rapid. Should be a good game. On paper, one of the picks of the draw for sure. Really good cue ball control from Cole. Throughout this clearance, actually, it's done very well. Tricky clearance. Betwixt and between on this 8 ball. Come far enough for middle, come too far for corner. I think he's going to have to play it to middle from here. It's a thin cut. Gets it. And wins the opening frame. Nice out from Bedford. Won't phase Ian Alley in the slightest. Sets himself to break in frame 2. Front ball break. As we so often see, playing it from wide with success, gets the ball and a wide open table. I like what he sees. What a great start from both players. The perfect start, you would say. Both players getting a frame on the board early doors, and it sets up a great match. Cross on main arena. Neil Rayburn 7-6 up against Waddingham. And at the table. Bedford with pretty much a mirror image of the break that Ian Ali just took. Bit more traffic on this one. Span off that side rail. Not ideal. Plays a cannon. That yellow's gone too far, and that's another problem for later. It's becoming really tricky now. Rayburn has just shaken hands and he wins and books himself a place in the final. What a great run from him in Pro Event 5. Beating Craig Waddingham. Goodness me. A miss from Ali now on the table from what was a big problem for Bedford is now wide open. Left this a touch straight. To play a power shot. Oh, what a great shot. That is a super positional shot. Just comes far enough. 8 ball to middle. He got a second bite of the cherry after Ian Ali missed that ball into the top left pocket. And Cole Bedford takes the lead at 2-1.
For sure, I mean, you said to me earlier, all you wanted in this semi-final was just to play well. The rest would take care of itself. Did you accomplish that goal?
Played okay. I missed one of just came down to 2-5 line.
Still on serve though, Ali breaks in frame 4. As I say, still won't be concerned. Just needs to keep running the frames on his break. Because he made a ball. And the answer to that question is no. Bob Bedford straight out of his seat.
Those moments there, they want the victory, I imagine, being the speed.
Yeah, well, that's what we do, you know, great play, with one frame, you know, stupid, like a really good shot, good top of the line, and then got the table. It's across the customer, onto the side, onto the ball. You know, that was like, I think it was 5-3 or something, 4-2.
Again, a messy table, lots of traffic.
For sure. It's your first final, I believe, since 2022. Now, from my perspective, that's far too long, and I imagine you feel pretty simple about that as well. So how big to get back to the big stage, and how much are you looking forward to?
Yeah, really look forward to it. Obviously, you know, I'll play well in the event. I've won one a few times on the whole, you know, I've played well, and, you know, just keep taking my chances.
Well, best of both for you. We're going to let you go. Give it up for the Pro Series 5 finalist Neil Raybone. Everybody into the final he goes, and now it's time to find out who he will be facing. We'll come back from this very quick break, and we'll see our second men's pro semi-final. And James Billingham takes on Stevie Dempsey in a repeat of the Pro Series final last weekend.
That's a good shot, but he still needs to pull out more of the same. Clearance is not getting any easier. Come far enough there. He's eyeing up that ball to top right. Bigger angle than he wanted. Misses the pot. Nothing easy for Ali though. There's the snooker, tap on the table from Cole. Good contact, but he's left the table wide open. He couldn't do much else. Needed a lot of luck there. Deliberately played it at dead weight to cover the pocket if he missed. And another good out. Needed a couple of chances to get it. Get it he has. He and Ali will draw level at 2 each. Alex is back with me on comms after a break of a match.
Glad to be black. Glad to be. It's all good stuff. Glad to be back. I've been waiting a while to commentate on one of Cole's matches. I feel like I might be a bit harsh on maybe some of his mistakes, so I do apologise for that in advance. Pretty good standard so far.
Yeah, a couple of mistakes from both, and also a couple of decent clearances as well. So a bit of a mixed bag.
Did you just catch the end of the Waterden game?
Yeah, yeah.
That would have been amazing if he if he took them out. But fair play to Neil, first finalist of event 5. Someone who I was, I think I mentioned that I was rooting for. How great would it be for him to? Has he won one before?
No.
I don't think he has.
No. Made a final, I think I heard Jamie say made a final back in 23, I think it was. So it's a few years since he's been there.
Completely guessing, but I've got a funny feeling he might have actually lost to Craig, because I just can picture, like in Blackpool, Craig and Neil being in the final, but could be wrong. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that was all because he was stretching there.
Yeah.
He didn't really take much time on it. You can kind of get why. It was quite an uncomfortable position.
Big error.
Although I might criticise Cole, I am obviously hoping that he wins. Good friend of mine.
He should be getting these, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's just so good to watch. You know, you just don't know at any given moment what he's going to do. But as a whole, he does tend to be quite fast, be quite fluid. Once he's in a good rhythm, doesn't really take much time on shots. Trying to, you know, just gets down, pots them. And I mean, what stage is this? Is this the last 16 or 32?
32, yeah.
So
I was saying earlier on comms that they're both really quick, fluent players, aren't they? So
yeah, don't expect it to take too long.
So finished a bit straight here. Force the angle. Side cushion and out. Needs to get some power in it. Wow. Excellent shot. Great recovery. He was straight, screwed the length on the table to get plumb on the 8 ball, and it's all going to serve at the moment. But not without a couple of mistakes along the way.
I didn't actually watch the game. How did the Tom Christie game get on?
It was a weird one actually, because you know there were a few mistakes from Tom. There was a lot of dry breaks between both players, dry breaks and in-offs from the break, and you know Christie had quite a few chances, but it was just a bit bitty from him. Like, you know, he just couldn't seem to get a grip on it. And, the scoreline didn't really reflect the match. You know, at one point it felt Christie could easily be 5-1 up, and he was, you know, kind of 4-2 behind.
Second semi-final started for event 5 on the main TV table. Exciting lineup between Stevie and Jaden. Obviously Jaden not long beating Declan on that very table, and Stevie whitewashing Tom Jones. I mean, really hard to put a name on that one since they're both playing extremely well, but both in good form in for that match. Ian making quick work of these yellows.
I think this one's going all the way, you know.
Early signs for that.
Yeah. It seems like one of those games.
I'm sure you might have already mentioned, but Cole had quite a convincing win against Adam Davis before this round, 8 frames to 2. Razzie and Ali winning 8 frames to 5. So it looks like Cole's obviously in good flow into this match. From memory, you said, was it Michael Hope after this one? And Chippy?
Yes.
Scheduled for 8:45. If you guys do want to go to the TV table, you are in good company with commentary. You have Chris Mellin and J-Mo. Chris Mellin will probably be giving his expert opinion on the two informed players.
Good spot. I hadn't seen them over there. Mainly on comms.
Yeah, I've always enjoyed listening to Chris's commentary. Sometimes you might disagree with a commentator's pattern of going things, but you can't really disagree with with Chris's.
Key to the frame coming up here.
Some tasty games also in the kind of later session with Carl Sutton and Rob Warren at 10 PM, as well as Scott Pope and Declan Brennan. Declan will definitely be wanting to go back to the business end after quite a convincing loss to Jaden Billingham. A bit further than he would have wanted, Nick.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't play it as a stun shot. I don't know why he played it. Just, I know you only want to top through a couple of inches, but he went just a fraction too far. But why not just play a stop shot there and he stepped fine.
He's played it well.
Yeah,
just had to do a bit more than maybe necessary. But that is basically the basis of his whole game, really.
Oh, yeah.
Last time I oh no,
Oh wow, it's a bad miss.
I say I look forward to commentating on his game. I actually remember commentating on his game against Dom Cooney in the recent European Open in Daventry. And yeah, I mean, I actually said at one point with I think it was, I was commentating with Dave, I said, you know, most people when they're taught, you know, in regards to off the table, you know, don't show any emotion, try to be as, you know, as little animated as possible. And you've got someone like Cole who could be more animated if he tried.
Yeah, wears his heart on his sleeve.
That's why he's so good to watch. I mean, that's a great leave. If he's, I mean, you still fancy Ian to kind of find something here, but
yeah,
Cole will definitely take that.
If he can get through to this one as well.
It was strange with that black because he's not really got close.
That was a risk.
Don't know whether he just kind of took his eye off it or he was pretty straight on it, so he wasn't exactly bad on it.
He could have lost the cue ball there. Definitely a risk. If he half balls that ball, it could have gone in off, but he's absolutely fine. He's in prime position.
stream 3 we've got Phil Parkin playing Sean Ash. Phil with a good start, being 3 frames to 1 ahead. Phil's a player I've been really excited to watch over this season. Really, he's had some really good results. I'm sure you've commentated on a few of his matches, Nick. He's another one that's quite good on the eye to watch.
Yep. This one's against Cole Bedford's break as well, isn't it? So it's quite an important frame.
Yeah, huge. And if there's one thing Ian's good at, it's thriving on an opponent's mistake. Feeds off of it.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, we've seen it time and time again in his money matches. His opponent's struggling and he's just got that killer instinct. So Ali breaking, leading 4 frames to 3.
I feel this is a big frame for the match. Miss black like that, normally leading, kind of result in a few frames not going your way. But saying that, just had a harsh kicking off there, and maybe it won't be as damaging as I thought. And look at these reds now.
Lovely. The epitome of a dot-to-dot finish, because one ball just leads to the next.
Yeah, Ian be gutted there. He would have been really wanting to continue punishing that mistake from Cole. But I think Cole will very quickly forget that simple black he's missed as he takes out this routine finish to make it 4 apiece. No time at all where they're on the black.
Cole thrives in these situations quite often, though. When he's playing a player that on paper he's probably second favourite against, you know, the big names. He really loves those matches. He seems to just step up into them.
I can't remember what he used to call himself. Was it something like the Giant Slayer or something like that? He had this strange kind of winning record against the top 3 or 4 players. This was back when Mick and Gareth were on the tour. So he's obviously up for the big games. I've also heard him being called many different things, but I won't be saying that on stream.
Another big frame coming. Cole Bedford.
How hard does he hit that? So often pots that black. Fortunately, that black not causing any issues.
No, but I think he would have loved it to stay over the pocket. Well, maybe. And gone reds, perhaps, because that made yellows pretty tricky. Just wonder if now he's got an opener on reds even. With the 8 ball going there, maybe force him to go in yellows.
I think he will, yeah. He's playing the cut in this middle. The reason he's done that, wow. Well, the reason he did play that, I think he was trying to play onto that red there, is because he needs to deal with that yellow closest to the black. Obviously, if he did have a little bump on that red, he would have been perfect on it. And as you can visually see, he's not happy with where he is. I mean, he's very close to going in off there, so I'd be almost happy that you haven't. He's going to probably have to play a containing shot here. maybe kind of a pot into the top right with a safe cue ball in mind. Yeah, that's a great recovery. Fantastic pot, and as you can see, didn't leave a lot. Should he have missed? Still not in prime position, but obviously happy just to be still at the table. As you can see there, he's eyeing up a free ball plant on this next yellow. And obviously he's going to be playing it in a way, if he plays that red fairly full, that red will cannon that yellow into the middle, and the yellow, because it's hitting the red full, will be staying over that right side middle. Doesn't seem too happy with where he is to play it. And as you can see, he's also looking at stunning it so that he's on that yellow down into the bottom left. Yeah, that was just an insurance policy should he not be on that next yellow. Big shot here. Playing this with pace always makes it missable. Yeah.
Making hard work of this. I mean, it was always hard work, let's be honest.
It's crazy, isn't it? You know, if he bumped into that red in the very, very first shot of this clearance, it would have been dot to dot. But he's had to pull off a few good shots here, and he's going to have to pull off another.
Ian's sat in his chair enjoying what he's watching at the moment. Still struggling a little bit in this clearance, and you know, feel like get back to this, get back to the table here. Whether he does remains to be seen on this shot, but this is high tariff.
And he's absolutely nailed it.
That's ridiculous.
That is some finish.
That's a crazy finish.
I think he might save this one for later.
Don't miss the 8 ball. What a finish from Cole Bedford. Chasing it all the way through, but somehow gets over the line.
Little smile from Ian there as he's
yeah,
quite shocked as to how he's not come back to the table there.
I would be too.
Looks like he's got a bit excited and tipped his own water onto himself. Classic Cole.
Huge, huge break.
He would have been very unfortunate to get kicked in off again in that right side middle, but luckily the ball came to the rescue. Ian now with a great chance to level it back up again. I think he's going to play a little soft cannon into the red close to the yellow, which he's played well.
Yeah, looks perfect.
Doesn't want to be too straight on this yellow on the rail. He's made sure of it by a bit side. In no time at all, now in prime position to mop these up.
Still anyone's game. Always thought this would be close. Thought it was going to be a bit of a classic. It's turning out that way. 5 each.
I think the only thing you could say is Ian's making it look a lot easier. You know, Cole can't keep taking out these 2 out of 10 clearances that he finds himself in quite often.
So again, as the match gets deeper and deeper, every break becomes more and more important. No more important so far for Cole Bedford than this. Drills it again.
Just replying to a few comments in the live chat. Good to hear from you, Alfie Chun. So we've got a few people from Africa making an appearance. It's a shame not to see their hero and Caesar not making an appearance this weekend.
Yep.
It's obviously a long way to go. Appreciate it. Can't be easy nor cheap making an appearance so often in England.
Again, Cole just losing the cue ball for exactly where he wants to be.
He's just took his medicine there. I think he'll try play like a soft cannon into either the red or the yellow, just to hold the cue ball, like so. Now dot to dot to be back in the lead once again. Now only a few frames away from winning this match.
Should be a simple 8-ball to retake the lead again. But I'll repeat again, we are still on serving. Ian Ali breaks in the next.
It was long ago where this would probably be an upset, Cole beating Ian Ali, but due to Cole's recent success, you know, he must be well up there in the rankings. I'm unsure on Ian's position, but I know Cole's around the 10 mark.
Yeah. I think Ian up there too as well. Just to re-emphasise another massive break. And this time it's dry at a crucial time. Wow.
Could that be
all the yellows go, don't they? I didn't know if this red went. That was my only question mark for going for reds, and it clearly does. Reds were always easier. I only said yellows because I wasn't sure about that red, whether it passed, but it did. Cole is away. He needs to capitalise.
You've got to feel for Ian, really. I mean, should that have been his last shot of the match? I can't really think of many things he's done wrong. I know you said in the first 4 frames there was maybe a couple of mistakes from both, but from what I've seen, there's not really been a lot done wrong by Ian, apart from a couple, you know, one kicked in off break and maybe one dry. But you know, as we said, I think yesterday, you know, that was the difference in the recent final in the European Open. You know, just the breaks deserting him when he needs it most, but it's not really a lot he can do about it. It's just the variance that is involved with Paul, unfortunately.
Bedford on the hill. Needs one more frame of the possible 3 remaining, and Ian Ali needs all 3.
The way Cole's breaking as well, you just can't see him not having a chance here to finish this match off.
And the action keeps coming thick and fast after this game. I believe we've got Michael Hope against Sean Chipperfield. Wow.
Like I say, I mean, what looked to be a really nice break they've all kind of come together come the end, but still a chance nonetheless.
All the reds go.
It's just that red and near the
bulk
black,
area,
as well as the black, to be fair. Might be looking to nudge it somehow. As you can see, that red does go into the top right hand side, which he's playing now. He's obviously hoping to play this in such a way that he, kisses this black half ball and opens that up too, like so.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot.
Quite quickly, what looked to be somewhat of a tricky clearance. It's now got a chance. Probably might be doubling this here.
I suppose he's going that ball.
Oh, he's going around. It's very good.
Well, I can see why he went for it, but
It does look very straight on this ball. Might have to either leave a bit of distance or
just
try
a trace of
top
angle.
it.
I think he's fine. I think he can just stun it across. He was just making sure. Oh wow! What on earth? Has he hit that all wrong? I mean, the angle was the other way. How's he come back up table? He's just hit it wrong and pinched the pocket the wrong way.
He can just roll this in, or he might elect to play the double. Like so.
Wow!
He's played that confident. Just got to hold himself together here.
Yeah, just this 8 ball between Cole Bedford and the last 16. And he gets it.
Nicely done.
Great performance by him, but as you say, hard lines there for Ian Ali. Really, you mentioned it, just didn't do much wrong. And he'll feel like he's been hit by a brick wall there.
Yep. Got to feel free in that, but well done to Cole.
Absolutely. Wow. Anyway, reset the action, straight back on. Sean Chipperfield, Michael Hope. See you soon.
I'm trying to do it the right way, and I was like, I have to wait. It's alright.
If I keep breaking like that, it's done. It's over. Give me the cash out, $9 grand.
just answering a few questions in the live chat. So the final is yet to be played. Stevie is playing Jaden as we speak. Unsure on the score lines, I'll double check for you. Obviously Neil Raybone is waiting in the final after beating Craig Waddingham. It's currently 3-all on the TV table between Jaden and Stevie. Obviously live on the main TV table, commentated by JMO and none other than Chris Melling. So highly recommend you subscribe and watch that game. Promising to be probably going all the way. And you have to feel whoever plays was probably on paper the favourite against Neil, but Neil's been upsetting players all weekend so far.
Michael Hope versus Sean Chipperfield, last 32 Pro Event 6. And away we go. Hope winning the lag, breaking the first frame. Again, they've given us a lot of action games tonight. Should be another quick one. Both very attacking players, as we know. Chippy probably favourite on paper, but Michael Hope has been pulling out some decent results, so can't look past him. Nice opening shot. And such a nice opening shot that he's really made this clearance quite easy. Middle now, I think. Cat hold position on the 1 to right corner, so middle pocket. Should be simple from here. It really was just about that first shot, wasn't it? Uses side rail to open up the angle. And that's a really nice opening frame from Michael Hope. Great power through the break and a great split and a really nice table. Apt reward for such a good break. Just a touch of angle here, but I mean, if he's straight, this is drop, drop, drop. But I don't think he can get quite straight enough on that last shadow, so he's just pinch it back and leave a half ball cut on the 8. Don't do anything dramatic, no need. somehow misses the 8-ball. I mean, second prize is it's hanging over the jaws of the pocket. But he's going to be in trouble in the next shot. Just looking to push those reds just a quarter of an inch further towards the 8-ball. 8-ball's still accessible, but I think he's taken away the one cushion, escaped the straight down and back up. And you know, Chippy has to make a valid attempt at this one. What a shot, what a shot. And that was the importance of just pushing that red just a fraction closer, because it takes away that gap. It means that he's almost certain to clip a red on the way through. But what a shot that was, because it wasn't straight down and straight back. He had to play that with side, and he judges it to perfection. Delightful shot to get Sean Chipperfield underway in this match. More success on the break. They have to take the red over the pocket here. Don't think he's got anything else. And from that, how do you get on your next ball? Screw across the cushion, in behind the red. Tough opener, could have been easier. Not a terrible result. Good recovery. Still needs to play a good shot though. Yeah, misses the thin one. And lets Chippy in. Not forced to attack from here, but it's Sean Chipperfield. Would you expect anything else? And the cue ball above these yellows. Bottom one of the two goes to middle. Not come far enough though. I don't think the double's on, so might be a reroute. Still got the ball top left. Suddenly awkward. Can he dribble the top one of the two in and hold? No. Seemed to rush it a little too, but I mean that is his style. Straight down, cocks back, aims and shoots. Michael Hope, 2-1 up. Chippy gets a cue ball through and is nicely on the 8 ball. And we'll level things up at 2 each. He's got a big break, isn't he? If he breaks now, he's just left them wide open. It's a real weapon. I felt that shot was the key to the frame. Pot it and land right on this red. Get this one right. Yeah, a little glance, just enough. Very nice. Just looking at bumping this red out. Only because it's tricky to land on. And he does have the angle to get over there, so don't mind that at all when he's played it so well. Looking on good form is Michael Hope. He's over hit that one a fraction, a bit close to the rail, but straight down on it, he's happy. Well, he won't be happy with that. Goodness me. He got straight down on it. Wow. What a miss. Just as I was saying, how comfortable he looked. The old curse strikes. Chippy will gratefully receive the gift. Although again, he's just travelled too far. We have to use the bottom cushion to come back up. Don't know if he can hold. That was a little bit clumsy. But elects to bump into it and judges the cannon to perfection. Really nice. Chipperfield takes advantage of the Michael Hope mistake. One frame ahead. Race to 8. Feels like another one of those finishes that maybe chasing slightly. Is obviously left with here the double, and then don't think the other yellow on the left double, so it's going to have to double the one on the right, screw back, leave the yellow to middle. Big ask. Yeah, too much. Jaden Billingham is on the hill in the semi-final of Pro Event 5 against Stevie Dempsey, 7-5 up. What another opportunity for that young man to make another final. It's incredible. Consistency from him, it's just been phenomenal. Ice runs through the land's veins. Cue ball's going to go in. The spin took it in. If it wasn't spinning so much, it may have stayed up, but the spin helped it into the pocket. Jaden Billingham is through to a final, another final. Amazing. Chippy doing the business here and just mopping up the table when he needs to, leading by 5 frames to 2. Another one goes by for Michael Hope, and Chippy jumps to the table again. Surely he's not stuck on this red. No, he can get through. Just looking at where he wants to be. On the top cushion, it's very tight past that red. I think he's decided that he can just go cushion first and still flick it in. Just squeeze past the red. He could. Simple enough. 6-2 now.
Welcome back into the arena. I am joined by our second Pro Series 5 finalist, Jaden Bellingham. Congratulations, mate. I mean, what a match to have been a part of. That was, that's all right for the very, very first.
Just a monster break, time and time again.
Still relieved maybe to be out the other side of it on the right side. Yeah, it was a bit of a strange performance. We've seen, you know, both of you out here today already playing pretty much flawlessly. Does it just go to show that actually sometimes this game isn't as easy as you sometimes make it look? It's definitely not. Yeah, like I said, I think chances
If he can start taking his chances when he's amongst the balls, the break is just phenomenal. He's going to keep giving himself those chances. The match is just getting away from him a little bit at the moment. A long way back from 6-2.
It wasn't what you're into another final. That is 4 straight Pro Series weekends that you've reached a Pro Series final. You've obviously still got to go and play it and potentially go and win it, but I mean that's an incredible record. That's something to be really proud of. Yeah, I mean definitely.
And
I wish you all the very, very best of luck.
this is the story of the game so far.
Any run-ins been in before?
Gets a chance, but just ends up being so awkward.
Jaden Bellingham is our second Pro Series finalist. Let's hear it for the duel. Jaden Bellingham into the Pro Series final. He goes.
That's a great recovery, taking that ball long.
This weekend wasn't pretty in that semi.
Couldn't drop it in the middle because just didn't have the angle to hold the line for this red. That's a super pot. Just powered that in like it was over the pocket. Awesome shot. Flicks the red on the way past as well. Still goes in, opens up the pocket for the 8 ball. Nice finish. Needed it too. Another chance in the next from a dry break. Alex returns from his meanderings.
Yeah, better support your friends sometimes. Show your face. Has it been a standard Chipperfield clinic so far?
Well, it's been a mixed bag really. Again, it's Michael's got a monster break, but not being able to take all the chances that come his way. Sean's
just chatting to Stevie Dempsey there, asking how he got on. Obviously, it sounds like it got quite close come the end.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he had a sniff, but Jaden in control in that match, played really well from what I saw of it.
I mean, it's weird if you said last year Jaden versus Raybone, you know, Raybone would probably be quite a big favourite, to be honest with you. but ironically, it's probably the other way around.
Oh yeah, yeah. Jaden goes into that as favourite. Just giving form. I heard Jamo describe him as a freak of nature. I mean, he really is a phenom.
Just not fair, is it?
No. Some people get all the talent.
And that is 4 consecutive finals in the last 4 weekends.
Mad.
Only a few have been able to do that. In fact, I don't even know if... I mean, you'd like to say Tom's probably done that, but I'm not 100% certain.
Cohen on comms earlier, he put it out there that he thought that Jaden was the best player in the world at the moment.
Wow. It's a statement.
I mean, okay, it's just one person's opinion, but he's in the mix.
He's got to be, yeah, 100%. I mean, definitely top 5 without a doubt.
Well, I'd struggle to find 4 players who are on better form than him right now.
Yeah, it's very hard what you judge it by. You know, if you say if they played individually on a money match, you know, obviously Tom would be favourite, but you know, it's really hard to judge. But yeah, if you base it off recent Ultimate Pool performance, then maybe you could say he's the best.
Our first trophy of the weekend is about to be decided.
And this has pretty much been the tail of this match. Michael gets a chance. He's got a monster break. Gets a chance and falls short. And that's Chippy in.
Yeah, his break's very, very good. Played him in the European Open recently in Daventry, and he's got like this hybrid, like American style cue, but with a small, dare I say, acrylic, you know, almost like an 8-9mm tip, which is not very common. Normally you've got the kind of 10mm minimum, but against me he's breaking extremely well. What's our next game, Nick?
Brennan versus somebody. I can't remember who Brennan's got. Oh, Scott Pope.
And what I'm noticing as well, not only is we talking about Jaden being the best player, we're getting a lot of people in the comments over the day kind of asking how he's getting on. So he's obviously becoming a fan favourite.
Yeah, he's gathering a big fan base.
Look at the size, Chippy just put on that ball. Curious whether he can actually land on that red near the black to play it down the rail, whether he's got to get it out. We will find out very shortly.
I think he can land on it. Oh, there you go.
That answers that.
Even if you could, it didn't matter.
As good as it could have.
Yeah.
Has it been a case of, obviously I've missed a lot of this match, has it been a case of Mike struggling with the pace of the table like we've seen from a lot of people coming onto this table?
I think a little bit. And, yeah, he's had a few chances. And, as I say, not really taking them. And let Chippy take advantage. But look at this break. It'll probably go wrong now, but he's been smashing them apart every break. Didn't take a lot of time there. You can see there's a little bit of frustration, and understandably so.
Soon we've got an exciting final day lined up for tomorrow.
Yeah,
Beginning from 11, I'm assuming.
yeah. Maybe from 10 actually. Sometimes starts on a Sunday at 10, so I'll have to double check that. Have a look at the schedule in a minute.
Not as much of a line for you, Nick.
No.
No rest for the wicked. For those that are interested as well, ladies' final has not long started on the main TV table, which is the game before the men's final for event 5, featuring a popular player on this stream, Aid, versus the world #1 Becky Watkins.
Trick shot time, 2 in 1.
Yeah.
Oh, what a shot though.
Any good? Not too pleased, however. He still knows that it's still a bit of a tall order to win this match, but one frame at a time.
Yeah, Chippy want to put this to bed right now. I think Michael's just stepped away for a break. We're back. Action resumes. Chippy's still looking for this last frame, or his last frame, should I say, to get over the line.
Well, it felt like he was playing that almost as a containing shot, but he has potted it. Yeah, another containing shot from Sean. Good shot from Mike. Like I said earlier, it was one frame at a time. What seemed like a tall order is nearly imaginable. He's only going to need 3 frames, which sounds like a lot, but I'm not too sure he's breaking next. But you know, if Mike is breaking next, he just needs 1 dry from Sean.
Yeah, he's breaking the necks. Apologies, not been monitoring the chat. See a few questions in there. I'm sure you're all caught up by now. Jaden's in the final. A couple of people are asking about that. Who's in the final? Jaden versus Neil Raybone, and TC is still in this one.
Good shot from Sean there. I think he was trying to top it through to land on that red at the bottom. Might be trying for it again, like so.
Oh, that's so well controlled. He's plumb.
That was not an easy shot.
Oh, I thought that was going to pull up, and it just went that extra turn. He's not plumb.
He's still fancying for it, but not as easy as he would have liked.
It just kept on running.
I wonder if he's got the natural angle to kind of like top into that yellow that's near that red, near the black spot. Just got to mainly focus on the pot here, which he has got and played extremely well. I think we could see curtains in this match. Yeah, just needed an angle, which he's now got. On that red into the top right. Also going to need another angle again. I'd love to be almost where that yellow is on the in the bulk. Unless, of course, he decides to screw back and play the one in the middle first. But I imagine he'll play the ball on the rail next, like so. Looks awfully straight, but I imagine if someone like Sean, he can do something with it like that.
And Sean Chipperfield does get across the line despite that Michael Hope comeback, and just a couple too many errors from Michael early doors. Let Sean get away. It's just a bridge too far. We've got one more game coming up, and that's going to be Declan Brennan versus Scott Pope. That's another crackerjack. So stick around for that, and we'll be back very shortly. The last game of the evening, and it's been a long old haul today, but they've given us some good games this evening, and all of them a quick fire, and this one will be exactly the same. Scott Pope versus Declan Brennan. Declan number 2 in the rankings and would be the obvious on paper favourite for this one, but Scott Pope, a destructive player as well when he gets on a little run of form. So again, expect this one to be fairly close. Dry break to start off from Scott, not the way he wanted to start. Just needs to leave a good angle here. Get that yellow out of play. It's done across the face of it now from this angle. And just drop this in for the 8 ball to middle. Fabulous first break from Brennan. Loads of power. Good timing. Great result. Contemplating what he wants to do. I think might have been halfway through these reds by now, I reckon. Just working out his pattern, that's all. Just taking his time to plot it, think about where he wants to go. He's certainly not concerned about any part of this clearance, he's just making sure he takes them in the right order.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up taking one of the 2 reds on the bottom left. It's kind of the only kind of part of the clearance where it could go wrong, but by the sounds of it, he is leaving them 2 last. Obviously, we'll probably end up leaving an angle on the bottom of the 2 into the bottom left so that he could come off the rail and play that red into the middle at the very end. Just going to probably nudge into this yellow just to use it, just to guarantee being straight on that red into the red middle. Decided against it.
Could even just come down to just below middle table here, take the ball to middle next, but I think he'll just play natural ball and leave this one. Left a nice angle as well, just come on and off the cushion.
Yep. don't think the black passes into the bottom right, so we'll just have to stun it back slightly. For the black into the bottom left, he is having a look. Can do either or.
Great finish in super quick time. 2-0 Dick Brennan.
Good start for Declan. Scott hasn't really done a lot wrong. He did hit that cut break pretty good. Just nothing went in. Upon reflection, we've had some really good games on today, Nick.
Yeah.
Lots of close games. Not had many deciders, to be honest, but had a few whitewashes and a few tight games. Probably been quite exciting for the viewers at home. Lost the cue ball slightly, but still a good enough connection that he's potted the ball. He's got to be keen to kind of keep himself in this match. There's one thing you don't want to let Declan do, it's get ahead and continue a lead. He's called the destroyer for a reason.
Choosing yellows here.
Just about.
So he tried to run that through another couple of inches to take this yellow to top left. Clearly doesn't go to middle, so top left was the plan. It's just finished between both of these balls. Didn't come far enough for the one at the bottom of the table. Unless it does squeeze past that red into middle. Knuckle first and in. Yeah, it just brushes the knuckle on the way past. Well controlled.
All of a sudden, these yellows are looking a lot better than they were earlier. Don't think he's unfortunately landed on that yellow into the top left, which he probably would have hoped. Hard to tell from here. I'm assuming the yellow closest to the red on the left middle passes, or maybe, like you said earlier, knuckle, then red into the middle. He must be on this ball that I was speaking about. Looks like he's... Yeah, it looked like he was playing it with pace. Yeah, for me, it's all going to be about the ball into the left middle. He's got to be careful if he does end up moving that red, that it doesn't kind of disturb the white being on that yellow into the bottom left. You can see because he's potted that so thin, that's what's caused the white to come up the table so much more. He is actually straight on this double if he wants to kind of... It's a, you know, tougher pot, but guarantees position a lot better. Yeah. Surprised he's missed that.
Yeah.
Needed to hit it slightly harder for it to kind of straighten up slightly. He'll be disappointed with that. He would have fully expected to kind of clear that and keep himself in this match. There's not many people you'd back to not get a clearance like this. Declan will be one of the very top players you expect to clear from here. Unsure if that black passes into the bottom right.
I think it does.
It's the only kind of thing stopping the clearance from being really easy if it's not. Might decide to play the rail shot now, just so he can go, can maybe get easier position on the 8. Hasn't really got to do a lot here, just got to drift the white over to the right. And he's played that really confident.
Yeah, he could even come down bottom of the table now, the 8 ball to middle. That's what he's going to do.
Great shot. Any kind of contact on that yellow and it could have been trouble, but he's played it really well.
3-0. 3 each on main table between Becky Watkins and Adrian Flitcroft-Hurst. Becky was 3-1 down in that game. That's the final of Ladies Pro 5.
I want to say Aid got to a flying start in that one. Might have been 3-1 up, so
yeah,
Becky coming back.
Brannan to break frame 4. Leading by 3. I'm looking for more of the same. But that is going to be a dry break.
It's also going to be exactly what Scott needed if he is keeping this match. For me, this is a must-win frame for Scott now. Argument for both colour sets. Only downside being with both colours really, is the cluster of balls in the middle of the table. Really is an argument for both. You might be screwing into it now. Doesn't want that to go in. Well, he's okay, but would have preferred for that to be there. Just got this long pot to keep the clearance going. Good cue him.
Can he top through?
Or can he play it off the yellow, Nick? Probably too risky of a shot, but
I think he may be a bit straight to top it through as well. So he's going to have to play that developing shot with his last ball, or his last ball in the open, should I say.
all his eggs in one basket now.
Yeah, has to split these up and land on one of them. Top left pocket not available, so that also limits his options.
I assume he's probably going one rail here. Don't know if he's straight enough to be able to screw it straight back into it.
What if he just played a gentle screw into the yellow?
Like
Just
so.
like that. Yeah. Is he okay though? Or is it behind the red? Straight down on it, so he's okay.
Slight swerve. Or maybe he was just playing it slightly different. I think he'll probably screw around two. Touch the left hand side. Just to widen the angle like so. He's played it well.
Yeah, come down into the line of the 8 ball. Makes your positional shot so much easier.
Much needed frame for Scott.
Yeah.
But not only that, he will need a ball off this break. I do wonder if he will change his break. Scott is definitely one of the players that isn't too fixed on a singular break. He does like to chop and change. Still 3 apiece in the ladies' final on the main TV table. Unsure on the match clock, but I imagine it could be a situation where the match clock does come into play.
Changing from the cut break, going front ball.
Yeah, I thought he might change it up a bit. Wow, how's that yellow gone around the middle?
Yeah. Indeed, how.
Very disappointed, as you can visually see, is Scott. Declan doesn't look too disappointed though. You can hear Cole's voice everywhere, can't you?
Yeah.
Even in the commentary box.
Again, taking a lot of time over plotting the plan out for the clearance.
Yeah, you can see here he's overran it maybe. He wanted an angle to obviously top it into the cluster at the bottom of the table. That red being the main problem ball.
Does he need to? Oh, he's had a touch of fortune there and he's plumb. Absolutely plumb. Little rub of the green there for sure.
Have to feel the hard work has been done. Just needs to make sure these next few. He's played that really, really well. That was not as easy as it looked. Any sort of can on that yellow and this clearance becomes a lot more difficult. Just needs to screw this back.
Yeah, in behind the yellow.
Decelled that.
Yeah.
I think he was worried about getting into it too much and maybe over screwing it, but yeah, mistake one for Declan. Scott will be happy to see that. Yeah. Still a good hit. Scott now with a chance to reduce the deficit to 3-2. That could have come out worse. Scott just composing himself, making sure he knows how important this frame is. I assume he can land on the yellow that's close to that red in the middle of the table for it to be played into the left middle. Just has to make sure it's in a certain way. He's actually decided for the safety. It's not as good of a safety as he would have wanted. Really, he needed to have him hooked there. In fact, I actually really fancy Declan to get this. This red seems pretty natural to come off of the yellow into the right middle. And not only that, the white will be going in a natural line to come up the table for the red. Expect him to get close.
He's got the pot. The cue ball stays on the table, and he's on this red at the top of the table.
Oh. That was like the stuff Scott was doing against Sean.
Yeah. He's just pulled a face, that's for sure.
I mean, to be fair, you expected him to kind of get close to potting that. Obviously, the positioning wasn't guaranteed. Would have been unlucky to go in off, to be honest. But to go around 4 knuckles in the middle was probably not part of the plan.
Big frame as well, 3-2 or 4-1. Massive. Scott's got a fan around his neck, feeling the heat too. I'll tell you what, ruining me.
Yeah. I think we'll be asking for an Amazon link very shortly.
Yeah, if anyone's in the aircon business, send one up to Loughborough for me, would you?
Yeah, it goes to show if Scott did kind of snooker quite tight to that yellow, you know, Declan wouldn't have had the one cushion to pot that red. So, although the safety wasn't a terrible option, he had to make sure it was a good one. Because he didn't, he's been punished. What an awkward layout, Nick.
Yeah, just one red, isn't it?
Can't we find a way of
behind the 8 ball.
And not only that, you've also got the red close to it as well in the bulk. Assume he's probably going to be looking for some sort of. Oh, he's got into that. I don't think he really wants to pot that red over the pocket. I think that was an insurance policy. I'm assuming he was trying to find some sort of shot where he can cannon that red nearest to the black and promote it. Asking for a rest. Obviously no stranger to the rest is Declan. Obviously coming from a top end amateur background.
Has he done enough?
I mean, it's such a brave shot as well. He deserves it if he has done it.
Feels like it just needed a touch more pace, just to push the 8 ball across a tiny bit more. Or does it squeeze?
I mean, even if he just kind of opens it up, you know, Scott still has that yellow. It's quite a clever shot, really. It still doesn't go into the corner, and he's also made it a lot harder to land. You know, there was a possibility he could have left Scott a shot to play that yellow up into the bottom right. Yeah, not an easy chance here for Scott, but he'll just be happy to have a chance. Might be trying to top into this. Yeah. Could have come up better, but not too bad. That yellow probably goes into the top left-hand corner as he looks now. So he'll be looking to leave an angle on that yellow into the right middle just to top it through a few inches and then play that yellow, as I just mentioned, into the top left. Pretty much the line of which the white is on now would be ideal. He needs to really make sure he lands good on this yellow, because if he isn't, it does make it a hell of a lot harder. Yeah, landing lower was better than higher. You might be able to pot the yellow fin and maybe nudge into the red. He's looking at going past the red and playing the yellow into the same pocket. Yeah, that's not what he wanted. Don't know whether that nudge has caused that yellow not to go into the middle. He's just having a look now. Seems happy that it goes, I think. That's a great shot.
Very nice.
Nice clearance
So
there from
tight.
Scott.
Had to play it off the knuckle, it was that tight. Played it really well. Back to 4-2. You cannot buy a ball from the break.
Yeah, it's not what you want when you're trying to fight your way back into the match. It's not hitting them bad, just not getting rewarded.
I'm sure Shane Thompson will love the fact that he's on at 9 AM tomorrow morning. Chris Melling against Neil Rayburn, also 9 AM tomorrow morning, because obviously both those opponents are involved in the final tonight. Not had a chance to get that match in, so having to play at 9 AM, joyous.
No, I don't think Shane really likes to moan at all, so...
He's not a morning person.
No.
I know that much.
No, and obviously a lot of the travelling he's been doing recently, he's probably still quite tired from all the travelling. I know he went straight to... He played one of my competitions on Saturday, and then pretty much went straight to Leicester, obviously, for the Champions League on Monday. And I think he's been in kind of Leicester or in this area ever since. So he's been on the road for probably nearly a good kind of month now, if you include America. So that must be wearing on yourself, you know. Fortunately, it's not a extremely physically demanding sport, it's pool, so...
It is in this heat. Pope taking advantage of Declan Brennan's mistake, sent the cue ball in off.
And it would be a breaker serve.
Yeah. No, it was Scott's break, wasn't it? He went
Oh,
dry.
sorry, was it his break?
Yeah.
God, it did look like it was quite straight there. He's really had to punch that. This is not nice.
No, just taking medicine here. Dab it in, stand across the mid-table, leave yourself a quarter ball cut on the 8. If it's a bigger angle, then you use the side cushion and come back. That's about as good as he could have done. Bit of check side on it as well. And it's a really nice controlled shot.
Be good if we can hop on over to the catch bit of the ladies' final, see what the match clock is looking like. It's looking like it's the tail end as we wait for Declan to set the balls up.
asked and answered. Ladies final, Becky Watkins leading by 5 frames to 3. She's 1-4 on the bounce there. She was 3-1 behind Eve Flitcroft-Hurst. Needs a quick fire finish here to get back within a frame, but only 3.5 minutes left. It's going to be a tall order to win this one and another. No idea who's breaking the next frame though. Looks like the amount of reds that are on the table, probably, oh, she's not got through that at all. Wow, she's left this really thin. Let your arm
cost
go,
of the
Abe.
match.
There was some nerves in that back arm then. Some nerves for sure. Oh
Yeah,
no,
that was thin.
she'd done all the hard work, she just didn't get through that shot, did she? Apologies, we will go back across to the other match. Missed the break here, but it's another dry break, this time for Declan Brennan. And Scott Pope can get back on level terms here. Game on. Work to do, but I'd be happy to be at the table. Certainly won't have any complaints.
Yeah, if you're going to go dry, that might be one of the breaks you want. Not that you ever really want to go dry.
What a fabulous weekend so far for Adrian Flitcroft-Hurst. Just 3-1 up. She'll be disappointed not to hold on to that lead. But even so, to make a final, her first final,
Yep.
very commendable and very good. And you know, she's lost to the number one, and the number one cements her place at number one. Gets even further ahead.
It's a good shot from Scott. He's going to probably have to play about 4 plants here to keep himself in it. Looking for a safety. That's not the hit Declan would have wanted. He's actually left Scott in a pretty good position here. If that red yellow does go into the corner, I can't do because otherwise he'd be playing it. Playing another containing shot. Yeah, Aid concedes. Becky Watkins wins event 5. Great performance by the number one, who was, as Nick's already mentioned, was trailing 3-1 in a final that, you know, a lot of people would have put a favourite. So the pressure was on her to perform, and perform she has done. Congratulations to Becky, and as you said earlier, commiserations to AD on a maiden final. I'm sure she'll get a decent bit of prize money to go along for the weekend. Don't know if she's still going in the second event, but so Declan's just played probably a wise shot there. He's decided to cover the pocket, keep it tight, wants to force Scott into moving balls. Yeah, I just responded to one of the comments. I do appreciate the beeps can be quite annoying. Obviously, in real life, the beeps are quite loud. Obviously, it's important the players do hear the time go down. So looks like Declan could be looking to attack here. Obviously the red closest to the bottom left pocket does pass if you land on it. Might be trying to either go into this direct or potentially coming off the bottom rail, going back into it. It's gone bottom rail, and he's played that well. Hasn't come out as nice as he would have wanted. Still got multiple options. Probably see him playing this red he's closest to into the right middle. And make sure the white's low on that red. Just has to kind of roll it through. The natural line does give him position, like so. And he's nice and straight on this ball. I think he'd love to screw up the left side of the table. Might have to screw back. It's a nice kiss on that yellow. Not happy, but be better than being snookered behind the yellow.
Hey, well played, Doug. I know you'll be so gutted, but you must also be so proud of the run to get to your first Ultimate Pool final, because you didn't exactly do it the easy way. Some of the results you had to pull out were pretty special.
Yeah, that's a good shot from Declan there. Now in perfect position to either just stun it, probably play it the same pocket. Decides to go same pocket. And we'll be putting this back to extend his lead 5 frames to 3. Very important break for Scott here, should he wish to stay in this match. As the ladies' final is finishing, we'll be glad to know the men's final, the long-awaited Event 5 final, will be starting soon after, between Neil Raybone and Jaden Billingham. Jaden probably going into that slight favourite based on previous performances, as well as performances against top players along the way to the final. But that's not to discredit Neil's efforts. He's beat some great players along the way, and he'll be looking to get his first Ultimate Pool title. As we go back to the game on stream, looks like Scott's gone in off, and not only that, it's probably the first time he's potted, but unfortunately the white's gone in as well. Break not working for Scott at the moment.
Give it a great quick contest, everybody. Your runner-up in Pro Series 5. And keep that applause going for, once again, your Women's Pro Series champion, Becky Watkins. Congratulations. I know that probably feels pretty sweet, because you made a bit of a habit.
Yeah, it's a great shot from Declan. Obviously used that black as a marker. What he's going to do now is, as you can see, he's choosing his line. He's going to be screwing that ball into the bottom right and trying to promote. Looks like he's going rail, then on into the red that's closest to the yellow. Try push it towards the middle, like so. He's played that really well. Not landed exactly where he wanted, but he'll be happy with how he's promoted that yellow. Yeah, just got to play the long pot. Yeah, played it well. Had a little bonus of landing on this yellow. Surely he'll play that now. Maybe a little bump into the red, like so. Just kind of clears the black. Black does go into both corners, but I imagine he'll likely be playing it into the bottom right. Probably just going to screw this back into the rail, leave distance, but guarantee a shot on this black. Big frame this in the complexity of the game.
For sure. Well, in the meantime, let's enjoy the moment, Bex, and let's get you another trophy. We're going to bring in the CEO of Ultimate Pool,
Scott would have been loving a ball off the break there, not including the white. Try and make it 5-4, but instead going in off has caused Declan to extend his lead 6 frames to 3, and with himself to break. Troubling times for Scott.
Stay tuned, folks. We've got one more final to come, but tonight Jamie Billingham will be in action against Neil Rayburn in just.
However, just having a glance over at him, doesn't look too phased. Obviously, Scott's had recent success in money matches against Tom Jones and Rob Warren. Most recently against Rob Warren, he was behind majority of the match, so he's no stranger to a comeback. He won't give up, especially not at this stage. But regardless of how he feels, he needs to get balls off the break, and at the moment it's just not happening. Yeah, and that's a great break from Declan. Bit unfortunate really that that black is hanging over that bottom right. If that black was, say, on the black spot, these yellows would probably almost be cleared up by now, but because that black's staying over that bottom right, it's just blocked both those yellows from a pocket, and not only that, not giving him an easy starter. Maybe looking to, I guess the aggressive options, maybe a plant into the top right, but that's not a very easy plant, especially being hampered the way he is. That's what he's played, and wow, what a great shot. Fantastic plant from Declan. That was not an easy shot. For me, it's all about how he lands on the yellow close to the blue spot, going into the right middle. He needs an angle to top it through and land on those 2 yellows at the bottom of the table, as I spoke about earlier. Should he get a good angle, which might be tricky, you can see he's looking at where he wants to be. I'm assuming he's not completely straight on this yellow into the top left. We'll be looking at topping it through and leaving that angle that I just spoke about. Yeah, he wasn't too straight. That looks pretty good to me. So, all about pace control now. Obviously, he needs to kind of top it enough that the white goes forward enough. You don't want to land too close to these yellows. You almost want to be kind of going towards the black. So, little delicate shot. He's played it well. Would have preferred to come down maybe an inch or 2, but just got to be slightly careful that he doesn't kind of dig into this too much and, well, worst case, pop the black. But yeah, he's played that probably about as well as he could have. Not an easy pot, but a pot he'll be happy to play. Just needs to pot it. You'd like to say he's going to have position on the 8 ball. Wow. Surprised it's dropped, but not his fault.
It is time for our grand final this evening in
And 7-3 to Declan. That's a huge, huge frame. Be over the moon to have got them. It started off quite tricky. He's played a really, really good plant into the top right-hand corner to give himself a chance at this clearance, and then took out another good shots, another good couple of shots to finish the clearance out. The men's event 5 final is beginning on TV table. The only way to watch that is obviously subscribing to ultimatepool.tv. Promises to be a great watch between Neil Rayburn and Jaden Billingham. Jaden arguably one of the most informed players on the planet at the moment, which we were speaking about earlier.
What have I missed? Brennan going on the hill by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's been a pretty ruthless dry breaks from Scott, mixed in with a couple dishes from Declan.
Yeah, his break has deserted him, hasn't it? Just at the wrong time.
Yeah, his last break he actually managed to pop, but actually went in off, so. I think the only thing I will say, and I will know about Scott, as I do practice with him, he will now let his arm loose, so fully expect him to get this clearance as I would any time, but sometimes when you're so far behind you can kind of take the pressure off and just kind of focus a bit more on the pots, not really thinking about the match. You will know that it's probably not a great chance that he's going to come back and win this, but like we always say, it's never impossible. Might be playing a little cannon into this red, like so. Perfect. It's going to need a bit of luck with a few dry breaks from Declan, mixed in with a change of luck on his own break. You never know.
That's right, you never know. A dog's life, as they say. Needs 4 frames, but he's still in the game. Keep Declan away from the winning line as long as you possibly can. Put the pressure on him, and you never know.
I was just saying to all the viewers about the Event 5 final just about to begin between Jaden and Neil. What promises to be an exciting match. Obviously Jaden will be favourite on paper, and I'm sure you agree he's favourite, but you never know. Neil's beaten just as many good players that you know as Jaden along the way.
Brennan will want to get the job done here. Looks like a decent angle. Maybe just run the cue ball up to bump the yellow next to the 2 reds, and does. That's a really good shot, and that's opened the frame right up.
I will say throughout this whole match, those kind of delicate little cannons he's been playing to absolute perfection, and that's what allowed him to kind of get the chances early on and get to a good lead. He's almost always attacking it early, like we always talk about. And you have to fear the worst for Scott. Just can't see Declan not getting these balls to finish the match out. That's okay. You'd have preferred the white to not be on the rail, but fancy Declan to pot it. Hopefully he can just cannon into that red and be on the top yellow into the top right. Like so, which gives him the natural angle to either screw up, or screw down shall I say, or maybe you just play it 1 rail with a bit of side. Decided to go 1 rail. Not as straight as you would have wanted, but
yeah, again, can come down table and play to middle if he wants. If he can't hold, come bottom cushion.
yeah. I've got to say, what a performance it's been from Declan.
Yeah, it really has.
Scott's not really done a lot wrong apart from obviously his breaks.
And a good finish to finish off our day's play. And that concludes the action on this table, but doesn't conclude the action in the event. So across to the main table you should go, where Neil Rayburn and Jaden Billingham has just got underway in Pro Series 5. Alex, thanks for your company today. It's been a pleasure as always. We're going to wrap things up now. We're live back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. and we've got a really good lineup for tomorrow morning as well. So set your alarm clocks and join us at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Look forward to joining you then. See you tomorrow. Good night.